1, 2, good morning all. It's 9:30. We are about to start. Please make sure that your cell phones are quiet. Put them on silent. Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Sigel-Ncube.
Good morning, Chair.
I must still greet you as a senior. Good morning, Ms. Solo.
Morning, Chair. Morning, Commissioners.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Chair.
I'm not using your name because I'm surprised that we do not have Mr. Adams there.
Chair, today we had subpoenaed JMPD officer Mr. Johannes Mokhatle, and we haven't received a statement, and Mr. Adams is of course still giving testimony. And so by agreement with his legal representatives who have apologized because they are running late, we've agreed that he should be postponed to a time to be communicated with him later in the next week or so. And we'd then request that his testimony be postponed accordingly and for a directive that his statement be filed by tomorrow.
You are directed to file your statement latest tomorrow.
Yes, Commissioner, I'll do so.
Yes, and the hearing of your testimony is postponed to a date to be determined. Oh, I'm being told tomorrow. So you must be here tomorrow.
My apologies, sir.
Must file by a certain time, fix a time.
Now you're confusing me.
My apologies, Chair, to a date to be communicated.
So I was right. To a date to be determined?
Yes, and statement should be filed by tomorrow midday.
If I say tomorrow, I mean, must it be by midday if you don't even have a date? Why can't you say tomorrow, by tomorrow? So there was nothing wrong in what I said. Your statement to be filed by tomorrow, please. I'm not stating a time. Thank you. You are excused.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I blame Commissioner Kumalo.
No, I blame both my co-commissioners. They caused the confusion. Ms. Sigel-Ncube.
Thank you, Chair. We're continuing with the evidence of Mr. Adams. Good morning, Mr. Adams.
Good morning, Advocate. Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning, Mr. Adams.
Commissioner, Mr. Chairperson, before we proceed this morning, if I may address the Commissioner, the Chairperson in particular. Morning, Chair. Chairperson.
Good morning, Mr. Adams. Thank you.
You reprimanded me on 2 occasions yesterday for referring to you as Chief. I just want to firstly apologize if there was any slight, no harm was intended. In my view and in the manner I speak to you, it was meant as a term of respect, but I do understand that the term of respect required at this stage is Commissioner, not Chief, and I profusely apologize. And I will not do. I've actually made a note: do not call Commissioner Madlanga Chief.
From where I'm sitting, we are past it. You apologized yesterday, and that's from me. That's the end of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chair, before we continue with Mr. Adams' evidence, there's a matter about the recording that Ms. Ramsamy recorded upon the interview of Mr. Adams on the 6th of January 2025, where she had indicated during her testimony that she had recorded that consultation. The consultation is being made available to the Commission and to Mr. Adams on the basis that we are both entitled to listen to the recording And to the extent that there's any aspect that we would want to utilize on condition that it relates to the matters before the commission only, we would be able to extract those clippings and play those clippings before the commission. We had extended that offer to Mr. Adams yesterday after the proceedings. He indicated he wasn't in a position then to listen to the full recording because it cannot be given to him. He must listen to it in the presence of somebody, a representative from the commission, highlight where identify where what clippings he wants to play. If those clippings form part of subject matter before the commission, then we will trim that clipping and play it for the commission to corroborate whatever proposition he puts forward to the commission. He indicated that he would be in a position to do that today, so we've made arrangements for him to start listening to the recording at tea time and then at lunch, and if there's anything he wants to use, we will then address it at 2 o'clock when we reconvene. But in the meantime, the commission has undergone that exercise for the portions that it wants to use, the evidence leaders that it wants to use, and we will be playing some of those clippings during Mr. Adams' testimony. But just to place it on record that that is the arrangement so that it cannot be said by anyone, in particular Mr. Adams, that we've cherry-picked the portions that we want to rely on. The entire recording will be made available to him. He can tell us what it is that he wants the commissioners to hear. If it falls outside of matters before the commission, then the arrangement is that the commissioners will hear that recording, and hear what Mr. Adams says the recording says, or what import he wants to attach to it, and the commissioners can then publicly say whether they agree with what he says or not. That is to maintain the sensitivity of matters that were discussed that have nothing to do with matters before the commission, because there were matters about ongoing investigations that was discussed in that meeting, Chair.
Since this, I think the length is 2 hours, is it?
2.5 hours.
2.5. Now you referred to him listening over the tea and lunch adjournments. That's 1.5.
Yes, Chair, we've listened to the recording. There's about a 45-minute break where there's no audio because they've either gone to have coffee or gone for a smoke break. So we think that he should be able to get through it in the full 1.5 hours.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Mr. Adams, I just want you to confirm that that is the arrangement that we discussed yesterday.
Yes, it is, Advocate.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Adams, before we continue with the sequence of events, I just want to refer you to, I think it's file 9, page 3499.
$3499.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, the document just before that is a supplementary affidavit by you on page 3497, and it references at paragraph 3, documentation in this regard is attached here to his annexure FA1, and it relates to allegations about the procurement of a forklift.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I just want you to confirm whether the documents at 3499 to 3512 are the documents that you say you found on your office floor.
Yes, this appears to be the documents, yes.
So it is 3499 to 3512.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But this is
Is
just...
that, sorry, is that the sum total? Is that all the documents you received under your door?
I'm trying to go through it as quickly as I can, Commissioner.
No, take your time, and remember, this is only in relation to the forklift. So it would only be forklift related. As I understand it, you say there was a polygraph test in respect of General Madondo, and some personal information as well. So that wouldn't be.
I withdraw my question then about these being the sum total. I withdraw that question.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. It was 3499 until 3512?
3512.
These are the documents. I'm actually questioning if it was this many documents, but this would appear to be what I handed over, yes.
Okay. If you go to 3501, do you know what, because that seems to, it's a page with manuscript with an address on there.
Yes,
Was
ma'am.
that also in the file, or
No, ma'am, this was not in the file.
do you know that address?
That is my home address, my former home address.
Okay. So this document wouldn't have been part of that bundle.
No, ma'am, but this is definitely my scribble.
That's your handwriting?
That's my handwriting.
Okay. And it seems that it would have formed part of this FA1 that is referenced on page 3497,
3497.
which is your affidavit, supplementary affidavit.
Yes, ma'am.
So, but for that page, everything else was what was contained in the envelope. Not everything, but all of those documents form part of what was in the envelope.
Ma'am, this, if I must tell you the honest truth, this seems a little bit more paperwork here than what I handed over, but it is in line with the paperwork that I handed over. And this, again, this is one of the reasons why I laid a criminal case against IDAC, because there are things in this document, in this case, that bother me. And if this investigation is ongoing, then I personally suggest, and the Commission must guide me, that I don't talk about this if it's under investigation. But I can tell you now, I handed over documents. The first one, 3511, yes. I can't tell you exactly, but this appears, and I may even be wrong, but this appears to be more documents than I gave them.
Okay, let's just go through it. 3499 is an application for procurement of goods.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall that document?
This is the one I recall.
And that would be 3499 and 3500.
Yes, ma'am.
And then we skip 3501 and go to 3502. You did speak about confirmation, bank confirmations. That seems to be a bank confirmation.
Yes, ma'am, that definitely was in there.
3502.
I don't.
03.
I could be wrong. I don't recall this.
You don't recall the purchase
I
order?
don't. No, I don't recall this, ma'am, and I may be wrong. 3504, definitely.
3504 is the statement. You do recall that?
That I do recall. I can't say with certainty about the others. And I'm going to say, and I know this might not really help you, I'm unsure.
And then 3505, which was the application for approval in the information note, confidential, marked confidential.
I do not recall this. No. And when I see the confidential mark there, I do recall that.
So the information note didn't form part of what was contained?
What was that, ma'am?
The information note that I'm referring you to, that starts on page 3505.
That, yes, with a confidential mark on it.
That wasn't contained in the envelope?
No, that was.
Okay, so it was.
It was. When I see the confidential mark, it just strikes something in me.
What
When
is
you say that was, what do you mean? Do you mean it was contained?
No, I do remember this one. I do
Oh,
remember that.
okay.
Just because of the the rest of it, like reading through it, but the confidential note there, I do remember that.
Okay, so that would be 3505 to 3510.
I do not remember. I do not remember, for example, 3508, and I'm not saying it wasn't there. I do not remember that.
Well, it's part of that document.
It's
If you
one
look-
document, it's one continuous
Yes,
document.
yes, I understand that, Justice Madlanga,
Yes.
Commissioner Madlanga. What I'm saying is, in the sequence that it is, if you're asking me about, let's say the first page, 3505, the confidential note, I remember that. I remember the stamp clearly. What I'm saying is, if you're asking me was 3506 there, I do not remember reading it. And I may have, if
But the probability is that
the probability is that it was there.
it must have been there.
Yes. And 3510 has General Lushaba's title, his name, and signature. That you would have recalled.
3510?
Yes.
Yes, I believe I did.
Okay. And
I
then-
remember seeing this one.
And 3511, which is the invoice.
I'm going to say yes.
Okay. And then proof of payment on 3512.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then we know in addition to that, it was the stuff related to General Madondo.
Yes, ma'am.
But there was nothing in the envelope that you received that related to General Lushaba's housebreaking incident?
No, ma'am.
Okay. That came, you became aware of that information when?
I wouldn't be able to give you an exact date, but if I check what day I laid the charges, it would have been round about that time because I acted on that, like, quickly.
Yeah, that's what I want to explore with you. So your evidence is that you acted on the confidential information in that envelope that you found in your office, but it didn't contain anything regarding General Lushaba's housebreaking matter.
When you put yes, yes, I'm actually confused. No, I was wrong. And if I can correct myself, if the commission allows me to correct myself, I think I was wrong. I don't think that was in the envelope. I do not think it was in the envelope.
What do you not think was in the envelope?
The General Lushaba issue. I do not think so. Now that you put it to me,
Okay.
I don't think so.
And did you know about the General Lushaba housebreaking incident before you received these documents under your door?
There had always been rumors about the break-in. I didn't even know that General Lushaba was the CFO of Crime Intelligence when I first heard about it. And if I remember correctly, it would have been either, and I really hope that they don't hate me for this, it would have been either Patricia Mashali or Professor Das or Mary Das that mentioned it, but it was just a passing conversation as we spoke about corruption within police and crime intelligence. I'd heard about it. I had heard about it.
Okay, and so you would have known about that at the time that you went to go and lay the charges?
Yeah, I think I would have.
And when you met with, you did your Section 27 affidavit for IDAC, and when you met with IDAC?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, the issues about General Kumalo and the vetting and the allegations about General Masimola and General Kumalo regarding General Kumalo's appointment as the head of CI. Where did you get that information from?
I would tell you on this issue, 90% of what I got from General Andre Lincoln.
You got from?
General Andre Lincoln. When I'm talking about like the things that were thrown at me, for example, General Kumalo didn't have a security clearance when he was given the job at Crime Intelligence. That was information I got from General Lincoln. When he said to me that his first clearance was cooked, it was fraudulent. That is something that I could not confirm until I spoke to Brigadier Tianish Nongweni. Therefore, I didn't make a big issue out of it because I didn't have proof of it. But generally, not even generally, when General Lincoln said something, he was normally spot on.
Okay. So he was your source for those other?
In these cases, ma'am, and in others, but this was the man. He was my go-to. If I may, Commissioners. No, I'm rather not going to. It's fine. I had a conversation with someone this morning. I'd rather not. It's fine.
Okay. Now, let's then move on to, just to recap yesterday, I understood you to say that we dealt with what happened with General Lincoln and the missing docket issue. Is it fair to say that you didn't mention General Lincoln to anyone before you appeared before ad hoc?
No, ma'am. General Lincoln's friendship with me was never a secret.
No, not your friendship,
Oh.
that he was the source of the information that your dockets had gone missing.
I've never, if you look at the cases that I mentioned yesterday, the fraud and corruption within the city, in fleet management, in housing, I've never mentioned my source to anyone.
No, I understand that. My question is more specific, so just answer the question that I'm asking. When you engaged with General Patikile, and we know you didn't tell him that General Lincoln was your source. When you engage with the IGI, you don't tell them that General Lincoln is your source as to the missing dockets, correct?
100%.
And when you complain to the minister on the 1st of November, you also don't mention General Lincoln.
No, ma'am.
And when you complain when your matter is then dealt with by IDAC and you meet with IDAC in your section 27, you don't mention that, and you don't mention it when you meet with them on the 6th of January 2025.
No, ma'am.
Okay. And General Lincoln dies in May 2025. And then after he dies, you appear before ad hoc and then you reveal that General Lincoln was your source.
When General Lincoln died suddenly, very suddenly, and he himself had said that when it's necessary, he will come forward. That the fact that I don't mention him to the minister, to the IGI, to the IDAC, that's why it's called a confidential source. And also General Lincoln was in the process of fighting to have his pension paid out. It wouldn't have helped him in that, excuse me, I think Advocate Sallow and I have the same cough this morning. I think that it wouldn't have helped him if the people that control the SAPs knew that he was fighting them. So I had no reason to mention the man.
But the bottom line is you only reveal him as your source after he dies.
I wouldn't have mentioned him if he was alive.
Okay. Now, regarding Mr. Cameron, when you appeared before the ad hoc committee, you didn't mention to the ad hoc committee that you had mentioned the receipt of the confidential documents to ad hoc, to Mr. Cameron.
I didn't.
Why didn't you?
I didn't mention it. I should have. The question was never asked. And to be honest, I was actually a bit upset at Mr. Cameron also at the time, come to think of it, because he moved heaven and earth, A, not to have me on the ad hoc committee, and 2, not to have me there as a witness. And in hindsight, I should have. I can't even call something that stupid an oversight, but I should have.
And you didn't mention it in your affidavit before this commission
No,
either?
ma'am. There's a lot of things I don't mention in my affidavit because I could be here for a year. I've given in my affidavit the evidence. Remember, I was under extreme pressure with the timeframes given to get this thing done. And even then, I didn't succeed. There was a lot of things that I would have liked to have added. And even, was it yesterday or the day before, I was still sending late supplementaries. It was all about time, man. In this case, before this commission, it was all about time. I had days to get this thing done. And if you look at the volume of my annexures, I had to go and find them, I had to go and search for them, I had to go and ask people for things. It wasn't an easy task.
Okay. Putting Mr. Cameron aside, did you raise the issue with the portfolio committee before you went to go and lay the criminal charges after receipt of the documents?
I did raise it with the portfolio committee. I would lie to you now if I told you it was before or after, but I did raise these issues.
Okay, you did raise it with them. Okay.
I'm just trying to think. The portfolio meets on a Wednesday, once a week. I think I laid these charges on a Thursday, so it would have been after. And please don't, if I'm wrong, but I think it would have been after.
You see, I find it curious that you're before the ad hoc committee. Mr. Cameron is in that ad hoc committee, and you don't mention, remember, Ian, I had actually told you about this before I laid the criminal charges, and I raised this with the portfolio committee as well. You don't mention that in your evidence.
Sorry. I didn't, and you know what is even stranger than that? That on the day that I'm testifying, Honorable Cameron absents himself from it. If he was there, I can guarantee you I would have raised it. He wasn't there. When the cross-questioning happened, and the cross-questioning was brutal, my biggest critic wasn't in the room.
Okay. Can I take you to the transcript of your ad hoc testimony? That's on 4049.
Oh, it was in here, sorry. Thank you.
Sorry, it's 9B.
9B. It's 9A. I've got 9B. Same file. 40?
4049.
No, I think it's this one. No, it's not this one. Oh.
The paragraphs are unnumbered, so you'll just have to count them. It's the 5th paragraph in that, on that page.
Fifth paragraph.
Yes, it starts with Mr. Adams. Just before you go, and I am sorry to interrupt, you're being questioned. Do you see that?
Must I read the paragraph?
No. Just want to make sure you have it. The last sentence in that paragraph says, so you are quite familiar that information must be treated a certain way. You mentioned a mistake in your statement. I do not think your answer that you are not an
Excuse me,
investigator.
Advocate. Excuse me. I'm at the 5th page of 4049.
Yes.
You're telling me the last sentence.
No, count 5 paragraphs.
Yeah?
1, 2, 3.
I'm on 5?
Yes. And then
Advocate Magotsi.
yes, and then there's the last sentence of that paragraph.
So the last sentence in my 1, 2, 3, 5 says, you mentioned a mistake in your statement.
Yes.
Okay.
I do not think your answer that you are not an investigator is sufficient. Do you see, are you with me?
Yes, I'm with you.
Because you know better at a portfolio committee, as a portfolio committee member, then you answer. I actually do agree with you, Advocate. So on the issue of the validation of the documentation, I had no means to do that. And I did not want to bring it to the police committee because you can ask Honorable Skosana, you can ask Honorable James and Matisse, the fights that we have within that committee with regards to classification. You can also ask Honorable Shongwe, because it is my understanding that the classification of crime is a crime. And I am backed up in that with the Vuma versus IPID case and the misconduct, because we have brought criminality to the police portfolio where the generals hide behind classification. Now, our founding document, the Constitution, makes no provision for the classification of crime, and therefore I was only going to do this one way, whatever the result. So here it seems to suggest that you actually didn't bring it to the portfolio committee.
No, ma'am. You can check on YouTube. It was online. I remember the fights about these things. I did.
Yes, but my question is before you go and lay the charges.
Oh, did I bring it to the portfolio before I laid the charges? That's why I said to you, I was unsure if it was before or after, but I did bring it to the portfolio committee.
Yes, her questioning is also in line with before the charges, because she's saying to you, receive the documents, you know how to handle them, why don't you report it to the portfolio committee?
I am confused as to the handling of the documents. I received the documents. That's a fact. That is something that I've stated many times. Handing it to the portfolio committee wouldn't have done anything, but I did mention it to the portfolio committee. I was never going to take it to the portfolio committee because the portfolio committee is not an investigative body, it's an oversight body. So my understanding, and if I'm looking at all of this, and it's a lot of reading, this is one of the things that I did not read last night. One of the things that was sent to me because it was too voluminous and the time wasn't there. So what I'm saying is that I didn't hand it to the portfolio committee. Remember, there's a classified stamp on the one thing. I can't hand it there's a confidential side. I can't hand it. This is why even when I laid the charges, I didn't hand it to the police. I said, when the investigator gets to me, I'll give it to him. I couldn't hand it. If we're on the same page here.
No, I understand what you're saying. My question is, before you go and lay the charge, are we at idem now that you didn't mention it or bring it to the attention of the portfolio committee before you went to go and lay the charges at Grand Central?
No, ma'am.
What you say is you mentioned it to Mr. Cameron.
Yes, ma'am.
And you say that only when I asked you yesterday whether you did so.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct, okay.
If I may
Yes.
also. You know, as there's 400 members of parliament and we talk a lot. I didn't have a sit down with Honorable Cameron about this issue. It was just, this is what I got. I think it's severe. I think I must move on it. It was one of those conversations. And I'm not going to tell you how many of those conversations, but we do have those conversations amongst each other.
Okay. Now, when you then go and you open the cases in Orlando, how do you know to go there? I mean, I know why you're going to another province. You're going to Gauteng because General Lincoln says to you, don't do it in Cape Town, you must do it in another province. So you decide to go to Gauteng. How do you end up choosing Orlando?
I went to Orlando because it's one of the police stations I know, because whenever we drive past that side, that stands out. I'm not from Johannesburg. For instance, if you were to come to Cape Town, you'd have probably heard of Grand Central Police Station. You might have heard about Manenberg Police Station. No, there isn't a Manenberg Police Station, sorry. Mitchell's Plain Police Station. But chances are you wouldn't have heard of Steenberg Police Station, Ocean View Police Station. So it's a question of, I wouldn't say familiarity, but maybe it's a beacon.
So you fly to Johannesburg, to Gauteng, you go to Orlando, and you're going on your own there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you get there, what happens?
Now, this is the part that, and I think I'm going to irritate you with this. We're worried about our dockets disappearing again. I am sent a contact by Andre Lincoln. The contact's name is Elvis. He says to me, when you're close to the police station, call. He'll assist you. I get to the police station. I wasn't close. I was actually in the police station when I called Elvis. I almost imagine he happened to be outside. I almost imagine. Maybe the cameras can confirm. And he led me inside, and I'm thinking, did he take my dog? Did he take my statement, or did he? Oh.
Okay.
Did you know?
Contact on the morning, because I was just going to go to the police station. On the morning, General Lincoln sends me that, and he says, speak to this guy when you get there. First, he asked me, are you still going to Orlando? I said, yeah. He said, speak to this guy.
Okay, so General Lincoln knew you were going to go to Orlando specifically. Okay. Go to page...
Is he the one that said you must go to Orlando? How do you pick Orlando?
I said I was going to. You know, it's one of the police stations that I would know in Joburg. I wouldn't know many others.
So you had been to this police station before?
I had met someone there before.
You had been to...
I had met someone there before. I have some family members in Joburg, and I was lost one day, and I was told, meet me at Orlando police station. It was that kind of situation.
Ms. Lube, maybe this is a good time to ask my question. Mr. Adams, there was a lot of activity in December 2024, and a lot of it involved Mr. Brown Mokgotsi assisting people with opening cases in Soweto. Did you, by any chance, speak to Mr. Brown Mokgotsi around November, December 2024?
General Lincoln was in contact with Mr. Brown Mokgotsi, who he told me was someone that was close to the minister, something that I now know to be a lie, not from General Lincoln's side. I had met Mr. Mokgotsi, spoken to Mr. Mokgotsi, sorry, on the phone once,
Take it slow. When did you speak to Mr. Mokgotsi?
I couldn't tell you if it was November of 2024 or December of 2024 or January of 20, but I had spoken to him on the phone once.
Because almost every case that is opened in Soweto relating to our terms of reference somehow has Mr. Mokgotsi's fingerprints. So listening to you, I suspected that you end up in Orlando because that was Mr. Mokgotsi's idea, and I could be completely wrong. That's why I needed you to ask the question so that you can assist us. What was Mr. Brown Mokgotsi's involvement in you ending up opening these cases and opening them in Soweto? And what was his communication with you and Mr. Lincoln?
From my side, there was no communication with Mr. Mokgotsi. Not on that issue. My communication with Mr. Mokgotsi happened on the phone with Andre Lincoln regarding...
It was a three-way call.
No, I was at his house on the day. He was speaking to him.
You were at Mr. Lincoln's
I
house?
was at Mr. Lincoln's house.
And it was in November 2020?
I couldn't tell you that.
But it was before you opened these cases?
I didn't write down the date, if you understand what I'm saying. It was just a phone call.
I don't need the exact date. I need to know, was it before you opened the cases?
I think it was after, but I don't want to lie to you, Commissioner, so it's hard for me to say. It was just a phone call. It was just, I was sitting at the General's house. This gentleman phoned. He said to me, say hello to the Minister's friend, Brown.
And you were discussing crime intelligence
No,
issues?
no.
You were not?
Andre Lincoln, as I explained to the advocate earlier, had not been paid his pension.
Okay.
And he was complaining to Mr. Mokgotsi that the minister was doing nothing about it and it was unfair. And my involvement in that conversation was, not even Mr. Mokgotsi, I said, Brown, this is a good man, he served this country, this is not right. Okay. That was the conversation.
And that's where it ended?
That's where it ended.
And then did Mr. Lincoln say anything to you about Brown Mokgotsi assisting to open the cases?
No, sir.
No, thank you.
Okay, go to page 3912 of 9B.
Same file?
Yes.
I have it.
3912 on file, in file 9B.
Yes, ma'am.
This is the witness statement of a witness that we refer to as witness G, who has been identified as so-called Mr. Brown Mokgotsi, so-called handler. He's in crime intelligence.
Yes, ma'am.
And he's a colonel. And if you go to page 3918, this is part of his statement where he was asked about his relationship with Mr. Fadiel Adams. And he says, I have known Mr. Fadiel Adams while he was an activist prior to him being a member of parliament associated with the National Coloured Congress. And he was asked your involvement in assisting Mr. Fadiel Adams to register a case in Orlando Police Station, including the type of allegations and or charges thereof. He says, Mr. Adams contacted me telephonically requesting assistance to open a case. I informed him that I would be in the vicinity of the Orlando precinct policing area the following day and that he could meet with me at the Orlando police station in the afternoon. The following day, when Mr. Adams arrived at the Orlando police station, I referred him to a detective and informed the detective to attend to Mr. Adams by taking his statement and or opening the case. I did not ask Mr. Adams the details or nature of the case he was opening. Now, do you know witness G?
This is the man that I described as Elvis.
Okay. And did he assist you in opening this case?
I called him. I did call him, but I think he's got his details wrong, the sequence of events. I called him, and I told him that I would be coming to the Orlando police station. I see he's saying that he would be in the vicinity. Maybe he was in the vicinity, but I told him I would be coming there. I see on the previous page that he's, I don't know if that's in, let me just check. Where's the sword now? Sorry about this. He says, I don't know, well, he doesn't say that he's a, No, I thought it said he was his handler. Sorry. But as I say, I contacted him when I was at the police station. I was at the police station. I thought he worked at the station.
Well, he says you contacted him before, so the day before.
No, ma'am.
Because he says the following day when you arrived at the Orlando police station, he referred you to a detective. So you had the discussion the day before.
No, ma'am. I called him on the day. I received his details at the airport, literally as I was getting into the Uber.
But he says that he's known you as an activist prior to you being a member of parliament.
Many people know me, ma'am, because of my activism. I've been on TV many times because of Gatful Cape Townian and the National College Congress. I do not know this man. I've seen him once at the police station on the day. If he's inferring that we know each other, we don't know each other.
So it was him that chose the Orlando police station, not you.
No, ma'am, it was me.
So he's lying.
I wouldn't call him a liar because I don't know him well enough. I think he's got his details mixed up. It was a long time ago. I called him and I told him I'm at the Orlando police station. I should have called you earlier. He said, no, it's fine, I am here.
And you say he called you, or you called him because you got his details from General Lincoln?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I thought, the way I see it, he and General Lincoln knew each other. General Lincoln said to him, listen here, we've got a serious case. The dockets are disappearing. Can you assist? I don't know if General Lincoln told him I'm coming to Orlando. I don't know any of that. I was going to Orlando. I called him when I was there. He was there. And now that you've mentioned it, or now that he said it, I'm still unsure myself if it was he that took the statement or if he assigned me to someone, but he says that he assigned me to a detective and we can check in the docket.
And did you know that, so are you saying that you only spoke to him that one time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and never again?
Never again.
And never before?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So you wouldn't be aware that he has a long-standing relationship with General Khan?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And you wouldn't know that him and General Khan are friends?
I didn't ask any of that, ma'am.
And did you know at the time when you spoke to him that he was Mr. Mohotsi's handler?
I suspected that I saw something like that. That's why I went looking for it. I did not know. Remember, at that time, the country didn't know that Brown Mohotsi was I don't know if he is a CI, but the country didn't know it. I had been introduced on the phone to this man, and afterwards, well, before, sorry, I was told this man is close to the minister. I'm assuming he's a person of influence. I didn't know he's a CI.
And when you met with the IDAC officials and they asked you about this, what did you tell them when you were asked by Ms. Ramsamy about going to Orlando? Why did you pick the Orlando police station and whether you had any contacts there?
I would need to listen to the recording to confirm that. It was a long time ago.
Okay. She did ask you that question specifically. Would you have told her about the person that you refer to as Elvis?
I'd need to listen to the recording first.
Okay, we'll listen to the recording. But so what you're saying is that it is coincidence that the person who assisted you with opening these dockets in Orlando is also a person who is from crime intelligence, a friend of General Khan, the handler of Mr. Brown Mohotsi, who has an association with Minister Mkhunu, who you complained to the very next day about your missing dockets.
I am low-key surprised by some of it. Not that much surprises me about the SAPs these days. I have no association with General Khan. I've seen him at a dinner that was organized for Imtiaz Suleiman. I don't know where I fit into all of that. My relationship with Elvis is based on a WhatsApp contact that I was sent by my person. Whether they knew each other, whether General Lincoln knew General Khan on a personal level, I don't know. He spoke of General Khan on and off. I've got nothing to do with any of that.
So, if I understand it, General Lincoln, who was a retired general at the time, had so much knowledge about what was happening within crime intelligence that he was feeding you this information.
I would say yes.
Okay. And do you know where he got the information from?
Ma'am, if only yes, that man knew so much about SAPS, about the underworld. I mean, it was his job. He was the head of the AGU. There was literally nothing you could ask him that he couldn't answer you on in these terms. If you mentioned a policeman to Andre Lincoln, he'd tell you that's a good guy. Nope, don't bother with that one. He was in terms of SAPS, he was a walking encyclopedia. That's why when he told me the dockets have been intercepted and it shouldn't have happened, I believed him without questioning him.
You said something earlier that he introduced you to Mr. Mkhotsi on the phone.
Yes, ma'am.
When you were at his place. And he introduced Mr. Mkhotsi as someone who is close to the minister. And as you were sitting there now, you said, now you know it was a lie, that Mr. Mkhotsi is a friend of the minister.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Which means when General Lincoln told you that Mr. Mkhotsi is a friend of the minister, that was not correct. What General Lincoln told you was in fact not a fact. It
I
was
understand.
According to you.
Sorry. I understand that was wrong.
Okay.
And if I may, I do not think that General Lincoln lied. I think Brown Mkhotsi misrepresented
Yeah, no.
himself.
Let's not go there.
sorry.
General Lincoln is not here to tell us about that telephone conversation, and I don't want us to speculate about Mkhotsi. That's not the point of what I want to raise with you. Yesterday we went through the investigation diary, and it was shown to you that if you were told that your docket has been removed and is not being worked on, that is not correct, because on the very day that you laid your charge, there are notes that shows that someone was working on the docket, and I think you fairly accepted
Yes,
that
ma'am.
that's what that docket indicated. Here's my proposition to you for your comment, that therefore, when General Lincoln, and if he did, say to you, your docket has disappeared on that day already when you laid a charge, that could not have been correct. He was mistaken about it, because we saw from the diary, at best he was mistaken. Two, he was misinforming you, because on the face of the diary, we do see entries that indicate that on the very day, and the 31st, in fact, work was happening on that docket. On that docket, would you be prepared to accept that? He may have been mistaken. He's not here to explain himself.
Or three, you are not telling us the truth about him having told you this at all.
Where do I start?
Answer all of them.
I'm going to grudgingly accept that my friend may have been wrong. And even as I say that, in the back of my head, I'm wondering if he was wrong. But before this commission and before what's placed in front of me, I have to accept your point. And to you, Chairperson, I'm not lying.
You see, the great problem, and I'm sure that's what Ms. Segal's Ngcobe is leading up to, the problem is there appears to have been unseemly haste about all of this. You've just laid a charge. You immediately rush off to Johannesburg to lay the same charges. There was just unseemly haste, as if there was something behind all of this. But you may comment if you want to.
Yes, Chair, I will. On the issues of policing and the safety of my community, there's never enough haste. There's never enough haste. That is why I respond immediately.
Your
And
community being the South African populace, or who are you talking about when you say your community?
I'm talking about the Cape Flats where I reside, sir, where the war's on. There's never enough haste. Last night, I haven't checked the figures. I can tell you now, last night, 7 to 12 people died on the Cape Flats. There's never enough haste. So I understand your point, and I concede your point, that it might seem like it was in a hurry. But I try to get things done immediately. So I do concede, I consider what you're saying. And if I was sitting there talking to you, I might hold the same view. But if you see the view from where I'm standing, there's never enough haste. If I could have left on the same day, I would have.
Earlier you mentioned the airport in response to one of the questions by Ms. Segal's Ngcobe. Did I hear you correctly? I think you did mention the airport.
I mentioned receiving the contact at the airport, yeah.
Airport. Was that the same day you went to Orlando Police Station?
Yes, Chairperson.
Did you go to Orlando Police Station right from the airport, or did you first go somewhere else?
I think I might have stopped for a coffee because it was an early flight.
But you were bound, you were Orlando bound.
Yes, sir.
After landing, then your next stop, except for the
Yes,
coffee, was Orlando Police
Yes,
Station.
Chairperson.
Kempton Park, I'm sure it does have a police station, and the airport is right next door to Kempton Park.
Never been to Kempton Park, Chairperson.
No,
Never.
no, but do you agree that it's right next door to?
Well, now that you tell me, I mean, if I'm a Cape Townian boy, Chairperson, I can tell you now the areas I know in Johannesburg, the areas I know, and I couldn't find it myself right now. Is Aldo's?
Let's not, no.
I'm trying to.
Let's not lengthen it, please. Let us not. You accept that OR Tambo International, is that where you landed? OR Tambo
Yes, sir.
International? Yes. Do you accept that Kempton Park is right next door to Kempton Park?
I can't argue with that, Chairperson.
It is, it's a fact, it's a fact. And there is a police station in Kempton Park, right next door to OR Tambo. And it would have been a matter of relative ease for you to establish, if for whatever reason you felt like leaving Cape Town and coming all the way to Johannesburg, more than 2 hours or about 2 hours on a flight to come lay your charges in Johannesburg. It would have been a matter of relative ease for you to just do some homework. Once I've landed, where's the nearest police station I can go to? Instead of just saying, oh, by the way, I happen to know that there is a police station somewhere that I once went to, regardless of how far it is from the airport. It would have been a matter of relative ease for you to establish what's the nearest police station from the airport, was it not?
Yes, Chairperson.
It was.
Yes.
And you never engaged in that exercise.
Excuse me, Chair.
You never engaged in that exercise. You just chose to go all the way to the southern part of Johannesburg.
Chairperson.
Which Soweto is, which Orlando, which is in Soweto, is. Southern part. I won't say it's the furthest part of Johannesburg, but it's close to being one of the furthest parts of Johannesburg. That's your choice, instead of going to a police station right next door to OR Tambo International. That's what you chose.
Yes, Chairperson.
Instead of the relatively easy thing of finding out where's the nearest police station. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Adams, I'm now going to play 2 recordings from that meeting of the consultation of 6 January 2025. The first is the introduction. It's a short clip. And then the second is where there's a detailed discussion about you laying the charges. And once we've done playing the introduction part, I will explain to you why there are 2 reasons for that I'm playing the introduction.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. That's Advocate Ramsamy. Hi, Mr. How are you? Compliments this season. This one? Who's this tall man? Soon to be senior investigator.
That we need those headphones which you gave us rather unexpectedly.
I did say that it should be ready, Chair. I'm not sure if they do have them.
Which caused us to become a meme.
Chair, Mr. Michael said we'll need to take a short stand down for them to just arrange.
Do you want maybe us to ask a few questions before, so that we don't come back and ask later, just to save time? Mr. Adams, I'm still in October, November 2024. Did you know Mr. Nkabinde at this point?
Chairperson, I heard of Mr. Nkabinde after I had laid the charges and complained to the minister. So to answer you categorically, my first conversation with him was when he called me, maybe a week after his office had made the IDAC referral. No, it was less than a week, to ask me if the IDAC had contacted me yet.
So you did not know him before you laid the charges?
No,
That's
no,
my
sir.
point.
No, sir.
Okay.
Let's find out, you went to Orlando to lay the charges, and then you also went to Langlaagte. Was it all done on the same day?
No, Chairperson. No, Commissioner. Sorry, man, I'm getting the titles mixed.
Can you just explain which was done when and why you decided to split them into Orlando and Langlaagte?
What happened in that case was I had laid the first batch of charges at Orlando, if my memory is serving me correctly.
Those were what? Which cases are those?
Those were the same cases where the dockets were intercepted against General Madondo, Lushaba, and Kumalo.
Okay.
And just on that case, Commissioner, just to give you some clarity on that topic, if the inference is that I knew that the man I know as Elvis was related, involved with General Khan, I would have surely have given him, the information I had. I didn't. I opened the dockets and I left. I would hand it over when the investigators come. The second matter, and I'm actually trying to think if it was the Makwele matter that I went to go lay at Orlando, because we laid quite a few charges, is that information came to me later. And because I no longer had trust in Western Cape SAPS, and as you say, it might have been misplaced, I decided to go to Joburg again, because we were seemingly getting results here.
So the Langlaagte case was laid on a different day after you had gone back to Cape Town and you came back up here for that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And Langlaagte is what? Is it just the Lushaba matter?
I'm trying to
Or
think
you
which case it
repeated
was.
all of them?
Excuse me?
I say, is
It
it
was
just
the
the
Lushaba
Lushaba
matter.
matter? Just the Lushaba matter?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The same one that you had laid in Orlando?
No.
and Cape Town?
I'm just a little bit confused. I might need to look into the dockets. I think it was the Makwele matter, if I remember correctly. I'd need to look at the docket.
Langlaagte is Mukwele?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
How did you know how
Langlaagte
to
is...
split the charges? Sorry, Ms. Siegels. How did you know how to split the charges? So when you first opened the cases in Cape Town, you opened 3 or 4. How did you know how to split each of them?
May I answer?
Yes.
I was trying to make it hard for whoever was trying to collect the dockets, if you understand what I'm saying.
So it was a deliberate decision to separate them
Yes.
into separate dockets?
Yes, but also more information came from.
Because you did it on the same day, so I'm curious to know, you said you wanted to open 3 separate cases or 4 separate cases when you got there. What did you do exactly when you got there?
So, was it on the same day?
Yes.
If it was on the same day, the reasoning is, like I say, I didn't want to trust the dockets with just one person. That is what, and this is something that I had discussed with people, that maybe we should just spread it around, make it harder for them to collect. That was the thinking. I mean, it might sound a little bit far-fetched to you, but we were desperate to get these
And
things.
nobody advised you to do that, it was your decision?
No, that was consultation with General Lincoln and a captain on the phone whose name I don't remember. We were on the phone, and he said, just move it around a bit if you can.
And no politician influenced you? You didn't speak to any politician about the cases you wanted to open in Cape Town?
Other than Ian Cameron, I didn't speak to anyone else.
Ms. Ngube, you wanted to correct something about Langlaagte?
Yes, Commissioner Baloyi, Langlaagte is the forklift matter. And just on Chair's point, there is a police station at the airport, at OR Tambo Airport. You aware of that?
There is a police station at every airport, but my understanding, just like Parliament's police, they also have limited, they've got a very narrow scope. Like, for instance, I don't think parliamentary police can do investigation. Their job is to secure Parliament, look after the VIPs, that type of thing. And I'm almost 100% sure that the airport has its own scope, that they must secure the national key points. I don't think they have time or resources for investigation. I do take the Chair's point that Kempton Park is right next door.
And you didn't go.
And when I think about it now, it would have made sense. But for me, in my head, there are a few police stations I know. I complicated things with that, but thank you, Chairperson.
Maybe, I know, sorry, Ms. Ngubebe, to be jumping in. Maybe tell us, who are the people that you discussed this with, the laying of the charges? Because you've just said something very important. You say that when we discussed it, we said, let's lay many cases or something, I paraphrase, so that none, if one takes the others remain. Who did you discuss? You spoke to General Lincoln, you tell us that. Who else did you discuss your intention or your plan to go and lay criminal charges arising from whatever information you have? It's certainly more than General Lincoln, because you do say that when we discussed it.
If I have to mention people, Commissioner, if you will provide, I might as well mention the names. The one is Honorable Sakina Frenchman, who is a fellow MP. I didn't show.
Who's that?
Sakina Frenchman. I can spell the name for you later. It's a little bit. I can write it down for you.
We've seen it in your emails.
That's the one.
You don't need to do that.
The other one is a colleague of mine within NCC. He's Councillor Nazmi Jacobs. And the other one was the I can't remember this captain's name, but I know he was in firearms control. General Lincoln had him on the phone one day while we were talking about this.
So the decision or the idea to lay charges is a matter that was discussed and planned by a group of people. You've given us 3 names, General Lincoln and now you. So all 5 of you agreed and planned to lay charges and how you were going to go about it so that the dockets don't disappear.
Commissioner, to put it like this, laying the charges was something that I had discussed with General Lincoln, and I told Honorable Sakina Frenchman I'm going to lay charges. When those dockets end up in Pretoria, we sit down and we discuss how to prevent the dockets disappearing again, how to make it harder. And that is what there was no plan to go and lay initial charges. And if my information that the dockets had disappeared, if that doesn't happen, then I never come to Johannesburg to lay charges.
So I think you say Honorable Sakina, that's a member of parliament.
She's a member of parliament.
So there was the involvement of a politician. Other than you, there is a politician that was involved in the decision to lay charges and how you are going to do it. Because you do on your own ways. Let me finish. And if you have any doubt about what you said, the record will reflect that. On your own words, you say, we discussed this and how we are going to do it. Let's lay many charges, open many dockets, so that when they take one, the others survive. So there's a discussion with people. What I'm clarifying now with you was, certainly from your testimony now, we know there's another politician that is involved in the discussion plan and the how about to do it, decision to lay charges. That's a fair summary.
I had mentioned her yesterday in that I had spoken to her about it. And so when I mentioned Ian Cameron, sorry, again, my mix-up. I had mentioned speaking to her yesterday. And I had mentioned speaking to Ian Cameron. Sorry if
I may have missed it.
I muddy the water.
I'm clarified now.
No, that's actually my fault, not yours. Sorry, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If you have something else to continue with until the tea break, perhaps that's what we should do. And
we can do that, Chair.
Yes.
Can we then just deal with what happens after you lay the charges at Orlando? So that's on the 31st of October.
Okay, which page do you want me to go?
I'm asking the timeline. So on the 31st of October, you lay those charges and you get the case number immediately, the case numbers, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then we know that the very next morning, you write an email to the minister. Why did you do that?
Because are we on the first lot of cases is the second? Because my
So the
memory is-
1st of November, let's go to the...
I'm asking if it's the Cape Town cases or the Joburg cases.
It's
Sorry.
the Joburg cases. Cape Town, I know it's such a short period, that's why you can get confused. 29th is the Cape Town. You fly to Johannesburg, and on the 31st, you open the Orlando cases, and on the 1st of November, you send, the morning of the 1st of November, you send an email to the minister via Ms. Frenchman. So that's on page 3977 of bundle 9B, 3977. It's a duplicate of your documents, but it's a clearer copy.
Yes, ma'am, I see it.
So it starts at the bottom of 3977, Sakina Frenchman to Edward Senzongunu on the 1st of November at 8:21 a.m. Charges laid by NCC. NCC would be your party.
Yes, ma'am.
If you look at the next page, 3978, you'll see that she, although it's from her email address, it says regards Honorable Fadiel Adams.
Yes, ma'am.
And if we then go back to 3977, it says to Minister of Police, 1, I have opened cases in the Western Cape on a number of senior SAPS personnel as per the following case dockets, as per Grand Central, and then it gives the case numbers. 2, I was told that the dockets were intercepted. Now, let's just pause there. So these are now the Cape Town dockets that you were told was intercepted. 3, in my quest for justice, I traveled to Gauteng and opened the following dockets as per Orlando SAPS, and you give the name, the numbers. 4, however, I have also been notified that the Gauteng Police Department has followed the same modus operandi as the Western Cape PC and is interfering in the investigative process. And let's pause there. Laid the charges the day before. At 8 o'clock the next morning, you know that Gauteng Police is adopting the same modus operandi. Based on what?
Again, the man with insight into these type of things.
No, Mr. Adams. You have the CAS numbers now. You cannot rely on a dead man every time.
Ma'am,
It's unacceptable.
I understand your frustration. Let me explain mine to you, if you will. Please, please, just give me 1 second. I will explain it to you. So, what we all know, all of us, is that the South African Police Service covers for each other. I've been told these dockets are about to disappear. I'm going to give you an example, and please write this down.
Before you give me those examples, this is the man that says to you, go to Orlando. So he must trust Orlando. He also arranges for somebody from Orlando because he doesn't want the same thing. If we believe you, which I highly doubt that anyone does, but if we believe you that the Cape Town dockets were intercepted, you have now covered every base to make sure the Joburg dockets don't get intercepted. But the very next day you say to the minister, the same thing has happened. How is that possible? Then it must be General Lincoln and Witness G that has intercepted those dockets.
General Lincoln is in Cape Town without legs. He can't intercept a docket.
And yet he knows that the dockets have been intercepted.
This is what this man has told me. Now, if you will allow me, I will explain to you. There's a case.
Let's get this first. Let's get this first. What time did you lay your charges in Orlando?
It was in the was it in the morning? I think it was late morning, Chief. I think it was late morning. I caught the early flight to Joburg.
Mr. Adams, you've again said Chief.
Commissioner, I apologize. It just slips out. Commissioner, Chairperson, sorry. I think it was late morning. Please.
What time did you leave? You may be referring perhaps to the time you got there. What time did you leave Orlando Police Station?
I wasn't there very long. I wasn't, maybe an hour, maybe less. I wasn't there very long.
And when you say late morning, do you mean approaching midday?
It would have been before midday if my memory serves me.
All right. Please, I just wanted to understand the timing. So late morning and then 8 a.m., Mr. Adams is writing the email. No, please continue with your question.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
So You say that by 8 o'clock the next morning, you are in a position to say to the Minister of Police that your dockets in Johannesburg have also been intercepted.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what information are you given to make that conclusion?
If I can put it into context for you, I've laid 3 charges against 3 senior members of SAPS. I'm told the dockets are gone. I come to Johannesburg to lay the same charges. I'm told that he didn't say that it's being taken. He said they're going to try and take it again. In panic, I write to the minister in the morning. Minister, please assist.
But that's not what you say to the Minister.
Ms. Nube, sorry to do this to you. If we go back to witness G's affidavit, what he said in paragraph 91 was that they were going to meet the following day in the afternoon. So it could not have been in the morning if what he says in his affidavit is correct.
I think it was in the morning, and I can also tell you I did not speak to witness G the day before.
No, he says when you contacted him requesting assistance, he informed you that he would be in the Orlando precinct area the following day and that you could meet with him at Orlando police station in the afternoon.
Can you just show me the page, please, Mr. J? I can just read it
It's
for
the
myself.
same file 3918,
3918.
paragraph 91.
No, sir. I did not contact him the day before. And
But the issue is not when you contacted him. The issue is when you met with him at the Orlando police station.
I still think it was the morning. But that is why I say we can refer to the docket. The docket
Are
will tell
you
us.
sure or you think? Are you sure?
We're talking about events that happened 19 months ago. It's hard for me to say it was the morning. In my head, I think it was before midday, Commissioner.
But it's possible that it could have been afternoon.
I wouldn't say it's impossible, but I still think it was in the morning.
Sorry, Mr. Nube, you may continue.
Can you go to page 3895?
38?
95. In fact, if we can go to 3899 first. And just to show you what document we're dealing with, my apologies, 3897 is the start of the document.
3897.
And you'll see that is one of the dockets, 403, 389.
I have 3897.
3897, you see that's the front cover of the docket.
Yes, I do.
And then if we go to 3898, that is your A1.
Yes, ma'am.
If you go to 3899, you see the commissioner's stamp.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you see the time?
It's 1:30.
1:30.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So work off that timeline.
So, if I got to the police station round about midday, I would have spent about an hour there. I think that I'm not far off. I'm not far off.
Okay. So it's 1:30. So what happens between 1:30 and 8 o'clock the next morning?
I'm told by General Lincoln they're trying the same stunt again. That is exactly what
You're told?
Oh, please repeat that.
I'm told by General Lincoln that they're trying to intercept the dockets again. Now, Commissioner, if I can just put it into context for you. I just want to show you something. I actually wasn't going to mention this, but if you will allow me, sorry. There's a case, Kales River case. It's 771 of 10/2010. This is a rape case against a senior general. It's never been investigated. The docket has been shelved.
Maybe that has happened.
No, I just...
No, let me say, because we do have limited time, so, and I think you do have a lot of things that you would like to share, but let's come back to the question. Maybe what you're about to start now has happened, but that's not what we are discussing. You're being asked a specific question by the chair. What were you saying General Lincoln said to you?
General Lincoln told me, and I wouldn't be able to tell you the time, but on the same day, and if I want to quote him, he said something along these buggers just won't stop. They're about to do it again. Those were the words. And that prompted me to mail the minister. Now, as I sit here, if indeed they were planning to confiscate the dockets, the minister would be the right office to email. It would be the right place to call. That's why the minister's there.
But that's not what you say in paragraph 4
Paragraph 4
of the letter to the minister.
Can I see?
3978.
3978. You're not saying they are about to do the same thing they did in the Western Cape. You say they've done the same thing. They're interfering in the investigation, in the investigative process, and this is less than 24 hours after you laid the complaint, and you represent to the minister that your dockets have been intercepted in Gauteng. That can't be, because your explanation now is General Lincoln said to you they're about to do that. So you were misleading the minister in paragraph 4 if you tell him that they have intercepted your Gauteng dockets. Because your explanation now is General Lincoln said to you they're about to do that. Why do you say to the minister, less than 24 hours after you laid the charge, why do you say to the minister, what happened in the Western Cape has now happened in Gauteng, when that is false?
I think I preempted that, to be honest with you, Commissioner. I'm saying I've also been notified that Gauteng Police Department has followed the same modus operandi, which means they're taking the dockets or have taken the dockets, which I think is out of context on my side. It is not a deliberate attempt to mislead the minister. It is me saying to the minister, please act. That is what I'm saying. Please act.
So you accept that General Lincoln, if he is the one that spoke to you, you accept that General Lincoln didn't say to you, the Gauteng police have intercepted your dockets. You accept that?
No. Yes, he didn't say they've taken, sorry, not no to you. He didn't say they've taken the dockets.
Yes, and so what is in paragraph 4 is in fact false.
No,
That you say to the minister, it may not have been your intention, you're explaining it now, but we are now looking at the text of what you said to the minister, and I just want to simply clarify beyond doubt that paragraph 4, to the extent that in its terms it says the police in Gauteng are doing exactly what happened with your dockets in Cape Town, was in fact false.
I will concede that I could have worded it better,
Okay.
Commissioner. I could have, and maybe I should stop being in such a rush with everything. I could have worded this better.
All right, thank you.
But you are a member of parliament, and you don't give this process any chance. You draw conclusions based on what somebody who has no involvement in this investigation. He has absolutely no involvement. In fact, he's the one that says to you, go to Orlando, and I've got a guy that's going to help you. So you should be able to trust that process. Now he comes to you and he says to you in the same breath, they're trying to do the same thing. Why don't you say to him, but what are you basing this on? You're the one that said to me, go to Orlando.
I didn't ask him that, but my thought process is that a general is a lot more powerful than a colonel. It was a colonel that helped us, and from where we're standing, it is people right at the top that are taking the dockets. That is my understanding.
But you don't know that, right? You don't know it as a fact. And my point is that you stand in a position of trust. You are a member of parliament. Surely you understand what comes with that role. You have access to the minister. You are actually abusing your position as a member of parliament to report this matter to the minister, where there are legitimate cases, and I don't disagree with you there, of dockets going missing, where exhibits, important exhibits like firearms and projectiles and all of that goes missing with the docket. Your docket has no evidence. It is just an A1 statement. You don't even provide documentary evidence to substantiate your allegations, and yet you go to the minister using your position as a member of parliament to have him do what? Intervene. The very thing that you want to prevent in your cases, you want the minister to do that. You want him to intervene in an investigation that you are not giving a chance. Can you see what the problem is?
I can half agree with what you're saying, but I've sent the minister's office 2, maybe 3 emails going on 3 years I have access to the minister. I don't abuse it. This, in my view, was serious. This, in my view, is people trying to stop people, us holding people accountable. This, in my view, was necessary. And you may hold a different view. But I did not abuse the minister, and I certainly did not ask the minister to get involved in the investigative process. I asked the minister, and if you read paragraph 5, to intervene and ensure the integrity of the investigative process. That's all I'm asking. Now, was the investigative process, was it being allowed? In my view, no. In the view of the commissioners, yes. And it's up to them to make that determination. But I feel that as a member of parliament, I had every right to send that email, as I had every responsibility to lay that case. I hear you, Advocate, when you say that my docket only holds an A1 statement. I'm being told that I mishandle the information. If I put it in the docket for anyone to see, I would have been guilty of mishandling the information. I kept the information intending to give it to the investigating officer.
Mr. Adams, but the investigative process hasn't even started yet. And you're already telling the minister that that it's being interfered with. It hasn't started. There hasn't even been an investigating officer assigned to this.
Advocate, if I may, I explained yesterday. I'm surrounded by people whose murder dockets and rape dockets have disappeared. This is a reality to me. I understand you may not understand that, but I'm asking you to indulge me that stolen dockets are what we deal with.
If your docket was stolen, your 3 dockets, you could easily just go and do 3 more dockets because it had nothing in it. It was A1 statements. That's all it was.
The question that I would like to ask is, well, I can't ask the commission questions, but I'm going to state that it's not necessary for anyone to open 3 cases on the same issue. It should be
I
investigated
agree
in the
with
first.
you, and you shouldn't have done it. I agree with you. You shouldn't have. You should have allowed the Cape Town process to run its course. You had no basis to even go to Orlando. And then when you get to Orlando, you don't even give that process. It's hardly been registered on the system, and already you're sending an email to the minister. And that is why General Mkwanazi says, at the crack of dawn, you're sending an email to the minister. You have just lodged the charges the day before.
What General Mkwanazi doesn't say is that the dockets ended up in a safe in Pretoria.
And we'll get to that process, and you know very well why it ended up there. It was part of the process that you initiated because you complained to the minister.
We'll explain that when we get there.
Yes.
Mr. Adams, the problem is the appearances of all of this, that and going back, you start with documents that come in under your door. You don't know who gave you the documents. You act on the documents, and I'm not questioning it for purpose of what I'm saying now. That I'm not saying you shouldn't have acted. You act on the documents. You go and lay a charge, and the very next day you're already saying, I've been told that the dockets have been intercepted by someone who's not in a position to speak for themselves because they are not here. And you say, I then go to Orlando. That person makes arrangements for you that you should go and meet. So you get special treatment, basically, which is someone is going to hold your hand that is trusted, take you into a police station, hand you over to obviously someone that they trust. You lay the complaint again with them on all 3 dockets, and the very next day, in fact, to say the very next day is to be generous, in less than 24 hours of you laying that charge, you are now writing to the minister. Ms. Ncube will take us there. We then see even the minister's office acting on the very same day, escalating it. All of it looks unseemly. It looks like a scheme that was generated to culminate the way it did, which is at IDEC, who Ms. Johnson has accepted. They have no business to get involved with this, but it looks like a well-orchestrated scheme because your conduct doesn't make sense. And even allowing for the possibility that you may have been fed wrong information by General Lincoln because we now know that there was no basis for you to say the dockets have been intercepted, they have been, even in Gauteng. Even allowing for that, he may have misled you, maybe because he also was part of a scheme, I don't know. But allowing for that, you are a member of parliament, you are a thinking member of parliament. And when you're told dockets have been intercepted, you're expected to ask the necessary questions, including about Gauteng. If General Lincoln says to you, your dockets have been intercepted, as a responsible member of parliament and a thinking member of parliament, it's unthinkable that you wouldn't ask basic questions like, hey, how do you know this? Let me phone the gentleman, the person that I reported to yesterday, and ask them where are my dockets in the scheme before you escalate things to the minister. There's just something wrong about this whole process. For lack of a better word, it stinks of machinations. Do you want to comment?
Yes, please, Commissioner. Commissioner, I acted only because I wanted these cases investigated. I had no other motive. I emailed the minister twice. The minister's office responded twice. I'm actually appreciative of the response because other ministers don't respond. I understand exactly what you're saying. But I can tell you, as I sit here today, this thing was done because we needed to get this investigation going. And also, we don't have, I don't think this commission will allow me the time to explain why provincial SAPs had no business fetching those dockets. They had no business. That was against the chain of custody, and that is what triggered my response. But I accept what you're saying. I mean, what you're saying, you know, when you connect dots, which is not a lawful process, but when you connect dots, it does stink. I will concede to that. But my motivation here was, I'm not letting you get away with this. That was it. And that is my stubbornly speaking, but it is what it is.
Maybe lastly from me, I mean, you speak of the serious cases that you have to deal with on a daily basis, the killings, the rapes, which no one will argue with you against. And with all of that, what was so urgent about the cases of a forklift, the case of General Madondo's vetting, General Kumalo's vetting, and General Masemula? What was so urgent that things had to happen within hours? Because that's what you did with the Western Cape, that's what you do with Gauteng, and your correspondence to the minister and the minister's chief of staff on the same day writes to the SAPs. But I want to hear from your perspective, what was so urgent that it had to happen within 24 hours?
If I may, Commissioner? Thank you. What was important to me about this is that on the basis of what I've seen, and these are only allegations, like I say, I wanted it followed up by an investigation, is that there's a possibility that at the very top of crime intelligence, people are A, stealing, B, promoting people with criminal records at top positions. And like you said, it just seemed to stink, and I wanted it clean. They don't know where the drug dealers are in Cape Town. They don't know where the guns are in Cape Town. One police officer can sell 2,700 guns to the gangs in Cape Town, and crime intelligence doesn't know. So for me, this was important. If we can't detect crime, we can't fight crime. And if we have incompetent and compromised people at crime intelligence, we might as well close the place.
Yeah, okay,
that was important to me.
Yeah, no, you haven't answered my question about why was it urgent in this case. Why was it urgent? And the agent of 24 hours, I'm not talking agent generally, I'm talking agent of 24 hours, that your complaint about General Madondo and her vetting and a polygraph should be investigated and be finished within 24 hours. The same with General Kumalo. It's that, my question is that direct. Why in this case was it the urgency of within 24 hours you needed to have, you haven't given them documents, by the way, you've just done an A1 statement, You are not answering my question. What made this so urgent that within 24 hours, you're escalating things to the minister?
If I may, is this the Gauteng one? The first case that I laid, the first batch of cases I laid in Cape Town, I sent the minister an email. Then I laid the cases again, and I'm triggered.
Understand that. So when you first laid a case in Cape Town, you sent an email to the minister.
That it is alleged that my documents have gone missing. I sent that email. Then when
Before
I,
the first,
for the
before the
first
1st
time,
of November.
there was a 10-day gap between the emails, if I remember correctly. If I can check, will you allow me to check?
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's your answer, please, to check.
Please, let me just get this right. I don't want to get this wrong. Just keep, if the commission will just allow me. Oh, I need to go into this thing now.
It's pointed out to me, Mr. Adams, that it's time for the tea break. You can look, we can take the break
I've
now,
actually just
and
found
then,
it. Okay, it's
and then you can look it up.
Let's adjourn and resume
Thank
at
you.
11:30.
Commissioner? You got promoted.
Good morning. Good morning again. Good morning again. There we go. Good morning again. We are ready to resume. It's 11:29. Please make sure that your cell phones are off. Thank you.
Mr. Adams, Commissioner Baloyi asked you about an email and you were looking for it.
Yes, Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. I'm not sure if this is going to assist, but I sent an email on November 1st to the minister. That's the first email I sent to him. We were copied into the response from the minister to General Sabola. I don't know if we sent that to you. I don't know if I thought it was necessary at the time, where they ask, the ministry asks SAPS to respond and to furnish his office with a report with regards to this complaint. That's it. Then the second email I sent to the minister is on the 10th of November. That's a 10-day gap. And then, I'm just looking for it. On Sunday, 10 November, I write to the minister asking for an independent investigator.
Sorry, is the Sunday, is that the third one or the second one?
I'm just checking, sorry. So, excuse my tardiness, it's the second one.
Okay.
So, when I sit here and I must hear that I'm abusing my access to the minister, I've sent him too many emails with a 10-day gap in 2.5 years. So I don't know what the advocate is implying.
No, I think the point that I understood the evidence leader to be making was that within 24 hours, you are using your proximity or your accessibility to the minister to follow up when in fact it's too early to be making any follow-ups. I think that's all that she was saying.
The point is conceded,
Okay.
but if I may give some clarity, in 24 hours we're likely to lose 10 children on the Cape Flats. It's my urgency.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for understanding, Commissioner. Commissioner, I also just want to protest. I was supposed to receive a recording to listen to during the tea break. It never came. I'm being sent into the dark. I'm going to listen to edits now. I don't want to listen to edits until I've listened to the entire recording. I think it's only fair, because anything can be done to an edit. I don't want South Africa listening to snippets, and I can't defend myself in terms of the context because it's a 2.5-hour recording. I just feel that's going to prejudice me. Also, I just want the Commission. Oh, sorry, Commissioner.
May I say this? I think your insinuation that what's meant to be played here, something may have been done to it, is unfortunate, because Ms. Siegel's Ncube could not have been as open as she was if anything is intended to be done or was intended to be done to that recording. She said the idea is to give you everything for you to listen to everything. So please, don't make that insinuation. Yes.
That's not the insinuation I was making, Commissioner.
Yes.
I meant that I would need to have listened to the recording and the context of what's about to be played, because various things were said. Like, for example, we could have been talking about Commissioner Madlanga and then moved on to Commissioner Kumalo and come back to Commissioner So
Is that what you mean by anything can be done?
Yes. Well, I should have said anything can be assumed, rather. Sorry.
You said anything can be done to a recording. That's
a poor choice of words. I mean, assumed. I'm not known. I would never accuse an advocate of tampering.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is, I think this puts me in a little bit of a
I'm sorry then, it seems I misunderstood.
No, I actually spoke wrong. You didn't misunderstand.
Okay.
And also, Commissioners, a lot of the questions that have been asked of me have come from my ad hoc statement, which is a lengthy statement. And that's the one part that I didn't have time to go through last night because, like I said, I had to do this all on my own in a hotel room. I had to call people in Cape Town and tell them to go look for that page, and it takes 15 minutes for them to get back to me. So it was very uncomfortable. So if there are any questions pertaining to what was sent to me...
No,
that
thank you very much. You've explained the issue I had a problem with. Ms. Sigelsnube, do you want to respond to the point that Mr. Adams should not be questioned before he has listened to the recording? Do you wish to respond to that?
Chair, can I just say that we had made the offer to Mr. Adams to listen to the recording this morning. He told me that he wouldn't have time because he had an engagement that he couldn't get out of. The arrangement was for him to come at 8 to listen to it. We then said that we would try and play it for him during the tea adjournment and lunch. We were having difficulty securing headphones for him to listen to it at tea. I won't play anything until after lunch then. We can continue with the questioning, but if he doesn't finish the recording by lunch, whatever portions he has finished, I will play from that section of the recording.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's a practical way of dealing with it, Mr.
There we go, Chairperson.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Adams, I think that when you refer to the criticism that General Mkwanazi made about within an hour, in less than an hour, the minister responds to your email. So you wake up at the crack of dawn and then the minister responds. It's not the email of 1 and 10 November. It's the immediacy of you send the email on the 1st of November at 8:21, and then shortly thereafter, the minister's chief of staff, Mr. Nkabinde, responds to it. That is what he was referring to. Not that you do have a 10-day gap or a 9-day gap, as you say, but that 9-day gap has context, which we will get to. So if we can just continue with the emails that we were dealing with at 3977, which is 9B.
I have it.
You'll recall that the email from Ms. Frenchman on your behalf is at 8:21. You
Yes,
see
ma'am.
at the bottom.
I do.
And then just above that email, so your email comes at 8:21. Above that email is another email from Ms. Frenchman to Mr. Nkabinde. Do you see that?
Above the email from Ms. Frenchman on November 1st, 8:21, I see an email from Mr. Nkabinde.
No. Let's just start from the bottom.
Yes.
There is the first email, which is at 8:21, from Ms. Frenchman to you.
Yes.
From Ms. Frenchman to the minister.
Yes, ma'am.
That says charges laid by NCC, right? And then we had gone to 3978. Yeah, and it's also on the screen in front of you.
Oh, yeah,
Yes,
I can't
yeah.
see that. That's
Okay.
why I'm focused here.
Yes, so on 3978, you will see it was on your behalf, right? We dealt with that one.
It was not, if I may, it was not on my behalf. That is me typing this.
From her email address?
My laptop.
Okay. And then just above that email, there's another email from her, or from her email address. So now we know that you're the one that actually sent the first email.
And the second email.
Okay, so the second email is what I'm what I'm interested in. It's from Sakina Frenchman at 8:25, so 4 minutes after the first email, to Mr. Nkabinde. And it's forwarding the email of 8:21. Do you see that?
I see that.
Why did you have to forward this email to Mr. Nkabinde after you had already sent it to the minister at 8:21?
After I sent my first email, this is the first email, I received a call from Mr. Nkabine like almost immediately. And he asked me in future, copy me in or send to me.
Oh, did he say that the minister got the email and asked you, or did he say he has access to the minister's emails?
We never had that conversation. Look, it's the chief of staff of the minister. He's the minister's right hand. He said to me, do me a favor, copy me in or send the emails to me.
Okay, so you then forward the email to him,
Yes, ma'am.
and that's at 8:25.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
then at 9:04, he responds to the email.
Page?
The same page, above, just above that
Oh.
email from Mr. Nkabinde. And you see he's forwarding the email, your email?
Yes, I see it now.
Okay. You wouldn't have had access to that. You wouldn't have seen that he had forwarded your email to Major General Sabola.
I can check for you. I think he may have.
Or he would have later forwarded it to you to say that it's being attended to.
Something like that. I believe we had some type of correspondence like that.
Okay, but on the 1st of November at 9:04, so your complaint comes in at 8:21. At 9:04, he's responding and he's giving an instruction to Major General Sabola to look into your complaint, and that it says, in order for the ministry to respond accordingly, please furnish this office with a report in responding to this complaint and the details of the investigating officer who was assigned to investigating these cases. Your report is expected on Monday, 4 November 2024 at 3 o'clock. So that is when he's expecting a report from Major General Sabola on your complaint.
Yes, ma'am.
And you say he would have communicated to you that it's being attended to?
I think he may have forwarded this email to me. I am familiar. I seem to be familiar with the contents of this email.
Okay. Then the email above that, which is on page, it starts on page 3976, at the bottom of 3976.
Yes, ma'am.
The emails are being then forwarded to, can you see who it is CC'd? CC Divisional Commissioner Inspectorate.
I see that.
Okay. We don't know who the recipient is because we all have, I think, redacted versions of this email, unless the commissioners have an unredacted one. But this is how we had received.
But wasn't that Divisional Commissioner General Jacob?
That's correct, Chair, but we don't know if he was, if it's somebody in his office that had received it,
okay.
because there's a response which also from somebody from the Divisional Commissioner's office. But we know it goes to the Divisional Commissioner, which is General Jacobs. Chair, it seems that the unredacted version is at MK 15. If I can just try and find that.
Which specific one are you looking at?
The email of the 1st of November from, that is CCing the Divisional Commissioner. If you have your original MK 15, then it should have it. You can stay on the page that I'd referred you to. It isn't a recipient. I think it says div at, it's an email address that it doesn't have the name of a recipient. But it does go to the Divisional Commissioner Inspectorate, okay? And we know that the Divisional Commissioner is General Jacobs
Yes,
at that
it is.
stage. You know that,
Yes,
right?
it is.
And if we then go to the email above that, on the same page 3976, there's a National Inspectorate, Bopela, to Mark Hankel, Major General, and it's forwarding the same email, CCing the Divisional Commissioner, and says, "Good day, General. Please find an email for Lieutenant Colonel Setati for urgent attention as directed by the National Commissioner." After receiving the email, it was followed by a call to humbly request for feedback to be submitted on or before 12 o'clock on Monday, 4th November 2024. And then if we go to 3975, still all on the same day at 1313, Mark Hankel, Major General Mark Hankel, then sends an email to Colonel Van Rooyen and a whole lot of other recipients, and it says, and you can see the National Inspectorate is also copied in there. Good afternoon, Colonel Van Rooyen. Please ensure that this is urgently registered in terms of in National Instruction 6 of 2017, version 2. Please copy also to Colonel Maluleke for immediate intervention with GP and the Western Cape if necessary. Good afternoon, Colonel Maluleke. Please take note and deal with this immediately. Engage the province directly, please. Please also send screen prints of the 8.1.1.1s to me today still. Also note the deadline set for Monday, 4 November 2024. Then what follows is a report that comes from Colonel Phillips, who is in General Jacobs' office at the Divisional Commissioner Inspectorate. And you'll find the report, so you'll have to go a few pages back, at page 3967. It's an information note to the National Commissioner.
I have it, thank you.
Okay. Now, if we go to 3974, I just want you to look at who it's from, signed by. And there's an earlier one as well that I want to refer you to. If you'll just bear with me, I want to take you to the earlier version. Can I ask you to instead go to 3846 for me?
3846.
Yes, in the sequence file 9B.
Is it 9B?
Yes. 3846.
I just need to put spaces in here quickly because she's coming back here. Just give me a second, please.
Nine B. 3846. Is it?
Funny. Oh, 3846. I was around 3486. I got it, bro. I got it. Thank you. Thank you.
Do you have it?
I do. Thank you. Sorry about that.
No, that's fine. So it is an information.
You said 3846.
3846. It's an information note to the Divisional Commissioner Legal Services. Do you see that?
I do.
It says the purpose of this information note is to obtain the approval of the Divisional Commissioner for a response to the Divisional Commissioner Inspectorate on whether the required elements of a crime are contained in the dockets that were opened by Mr. Adams. And then what it refers to under background is the request from the Divisional Commissioner dated 20 November 2024 bears reference. It says 2.2 Annexure A, the 6 dockets in question and a statement from Colonel Phillip, who is responsible for investigating service complaints received at the inspectorate, were submitted to the Division Legal Services. And so I don't want to focus on that report. I want to focus on what Colonel Phillips reports. And for that, I just need you to go to page 3852. This is now General Jacobs' report to the Divisional Commissioner that had been legal services. And the purpose of the information note is to provide information on a concern leveled in the email received via F. Adams, MP, and after referred to as the complainant, and for your office to provide a legal opinion of criminal dockets opened by the complainant. And he says background 2.1, the complainant sent an email to the Office of the Minister of Police wherein the complainant alleged the following, and it sets out what you had alleged. And on page 3854, He says, if your office is in support of the request, please find the dockets for perusal. And it's dated the 20th of November, 2024. Do you see that?
I do, sorry.
Yes.
Sorry, Advocate.
Yes. Now go to page 3855. This is now Colonel Phillips' report. Colonel Phillips is in the Division Inspectorate and is appointed as the Section Commander, Complaints Collation. He says in paragraph 2, as part of my duties, I also assist investigations of service complaints received at Division Inspectorate. I was tasked to assist in, and he mentions the case numbers, a service complaint leveled by Fadiel Adams, wherein he alleged that the SAPS provincial officers had interfered in the investigation of criminal dockets opened at Cape Town Central SAPS and Orlando SAPS. The allegations contained in the criminal dockets are directed at senior officers attached to the division, crime intelligence. Then he says, as part of the service complaint investigation, 6 criminal dockets were obtained with the following allegations. Now, he lists the Cape Town, you'll see he lists them, Orlando 403, Cape Town, and he's got them on there as well. Can you see?
I can see that.
So he is in General Jacobs' office, you know that, right? So when he's talking about the dockets, as part of the service complaint investigation, 6 criminal dockets were obtained. This explains why General Jacobs had the dockets. Do you see that? Because his office was tasked with investigating your complaint that you initiated by complaining to the minister, and it was then escalated to them. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. So for you to say the dockets were found in General Jacobs' safe, why do you think that there would be anything sinister about that when you know that you complained to the minister and that it had been investigated? And you said that Mr. Kabinde had told you that your complaint was being investigated. So why would you find it sinister that General Jacobs, who is investigating a service complaint made by you to the minister, would have those dockets?
If I may? The complaint to the minister is not service delivery related. I'm telling the minister my dockets have been intercepted. That, in my view, is criminal. Now, if you look at the emails from Mr. Nkabinde, I'm not copying in on any one of them, so I don't know of a service delivery investigation that's going on until Colonel Phillips calls me. So what I'm saying is, yes, there was an investigation, but as per the SAPS protocol, the complainant comes in, he lays a charge. That docket is sent to the head of detectives. He assigns investigators. You hear from that investigator. Province cannot take a document before it gets to the head of detectives. And even so, they didn't notify me of this. Now, when you say that the dockets are with General Jacobs, I can read it here. Yes. But how are the dockets to be investigated if it's in Pretoria? I would also question, and I'm not an expert in this policy, and again, I'm missing Andre right now. If there is any rule in the SAPS rule book that allows you to transfer a docket out of Cape Town to where, or across provinces, because they are so strict on chain of custody, or supposed to be strict. This is confusing to me. Now, I understand, Advocate, exactly what you're saying, and you're showing it to me on paper, and the state's signatures, everything, that's perfect. But please understand my concern. I know for a fact where the docket is supposed to go from here till there till there. Now, when the provincial office gets involved without notifying me, then this is a concern. Now, again, I'm not saying anyone is guilty of anything. I'm saying I was concerned and therefore I acted.
Which province are you referring to? Because you've got dockets in both provinces, in two
I'm talking about the Cape Town dockets ending up in Pretoria.
Yes, but you've told the minister that your dockets have been intercepted. You're asking for the minister to intervene to ensure that the investigation process, the integrity of the investigations is maintained, right?
Yes.
So that then gets activated. The minister's office engages with the inspectorate and they take it further. So they request your dockets in order to look at the dockets to make an assessment to see whether there has been interception, and then they make an assessment of the merits of the docket. What's the problem there?
the problem again is we've got a fully functional SAPS in the Western Cape. Fully functional. I'm sure that the inspectorate has branches right there in the Western Cape. I'm saying to you that in my view, and I'm a layman at this, those dockets should never have ended up in Pretoria. And maybe we must get an expert to consult to advise us on this. I'm just confused.
No,
because
but how can you say they should not have ended up in Pretoria? You've escalated the matter to Pretoria. You've taken it out of Cape Town to Orlando and Langlaagte, and then you escalate it to the minister. How can you then say they should not have ended? Otherwise, how does National investigate your complaint to the minister? So you've got a complaint to the minister. What did you expect to happen when you tell the minister, my dockets have been intercepted both in Cape Town and in Gauteng?
May I?
Yes.
I expected the minister to take some type of action, and I'm not prescribing the action to him. What upsets me about, not upsets, what confuses me about all of this is I'm asking for an investigation. I'm alleging that my dockets have disappeared or been confiscated. Nobody notifies me of this. I mean, but let's leave it at that. I'm not that important. However, when those dockets are transferred to Pretoria, how much investigation can be done? So when they come back and they say to me that the information is scarce, it's because I'm sitting with the information that needs to be attached. Now, again, Commissioner, there's no communication. The
Yeah,
dockets
I'm discussing, sorry, allow me to interrupt you. I'm discussing a different point with you. There's a thread in how you deal with that the dockets ended up with General Jacobs in a safe, and it's clear what you've been suggesting about it, something sinister about that, and I'm engaging you on that you've escalated a complaint to the minister. What is sinister about the fact that now your complaint about dockets disappearing is being dealt with at National? Of course, they have to get the dockets from Cape Town. They have to get the dockets from Orlando to look at what you are complaining about. Why do you suggest that something is sinister about that?
If I may.
Yes.
So where I'm at, Commissioner, and if this makes any sense to you, I'm not aware that Peter Jacobs' office is looking at this. The colonel who called me never told me he works in that office. He said, I'm from the inspectorate. I thought it was Western Cape. And this is why I never took the meeting with him. Because this investigation is going to get going. In my head, I don't care who's trying to sabotage it. So when I see this now, and I see there's an admission in the paper that we have the docket, I wasn't aware of any of this. Now, what could have avoided all of this confusion is I've always had a very cordial and respectful relationship with General Patikile. He's always had my number, I've always had his. He could have called me and said, hey, Boetie, you're on the wrong track here. That call never happened. There was no communication.
Yesterday you said you don't trust him.
No.
We are past that. Yesterday your evidence was you did not trust him. When Ms. Ncube said to you, how do you take the word of a retired general who's not in the police over that of a provincial commissioner that he will investigate your matter? You said, well, I was suspicious of him. I didn't trust him. So I think let's get past your relationship and your views about General Patekile. The issue now, and I thought we are getting to closing it, that now that you know, maybe you didn't know at the time, now that you know that your complaint to the minister was escalated to a point where now General Jacobs, the inspectorate, who's at National, is in looking into the matter, because now you've got the records in front of you, are you prepared to accept that this is perhaps another case where you acted and formed views actually too quickly without the facts? You're blaming it on communication. Maybe they should have told you and they did not, but now that you see that in fact there was an investigation following your escalation, that the suggestion that there was something sinister about these dockets being with General Jacobs is in fact incorrect or even unfair to him. You may comment.
I just first want to say that Commissioner Kumalo is smiling at me, which makes me worried. And then I want to say that I see it on paper, can't dispute it. I say it again, Commissioner, an email or a telephone call. And also, I will not dispute the fact that I said I didn't trust General Patikile. But if he had sent me an email saying this thing is being investigated by the Office of X, Y, and Z, I would have had proof of something, tangible proof, and I wouldn't have moved. But none of that happened, and that just made me more suspicious of anything.
Thank you.
So thank you very much for bringing that part.
Just to be sure, so you say the relationship between you and General Patekile was cordial?
It was.
It was. Will you be going to the Section 27 referral affidavit that we have?
Yes, Chief.
All right, thank you.
I just want, Mr. Adams, I think Ms. Ngube will take you through this affidavit of Colonel Phillips, but you will see as you go through it, they were trying to call you to explain why they want to speak to you about the docket. So if you go through the affidavit, you'll see that there were attempts to call you and explain all of these things. But the long short of this is that there was no interception of dockets. One, the only reason the dockets ended up in Pretoria is because there was an investigation of a complaint that you had laid with the minister's office. And there were people who then needed to report to the minister at 48 hours notice. So they get an email on Friday. They are instructed that by Monday, they must give the minister a comprehensive report dealing with your complaint. And for that purpose, the dockets had to be called so that they could be investigated and a report could be provided to the minister. That's why those dockets ended up where they ended up, not for the reason that you initially advanced, that they were intercepted for sinister reasons. Dockets had to be called to investigate your complaint. That's really what happened. Or at least that's what these documents and these affidavits show. Are you now prepared to accept that, having seen these documents?
I accepted that a few minutes ago, my commissioner, and also I will not deny that Colonel Phillips attempted to call me on about 4 occasions, and I brushed him off because I didn't trust that. And however, and here's my disclaimer, after the investigation is completed, the dockets are not returned to Cape Town, but that will be my last point on that. We'll walk away from that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
So let's just go then to what Colonel Phillips says the exercise he undertook to engage you.
3858?
3856.
56.
Do you have it?
Yes, 3856, sorry. Yes, I do.
He says the affidavits contained in the dockets did not have the elements of the alleged crimes, as the affidavits were superficial and contained basic information which is believed to be hearsay. You agree with that? It was hearsay.
In the affidavit is only my one, it's nothing else.
Yes. The affidavits indicated that he was in possession of the evidence to support his allegations. Based on this, a decision was taken to conduct an interview with Mr. Adams to verify that he had in fact the evidence alluded to ensure a way forward with the criminal allegations. The following was conducted to secure an interview with Mr. Phillips. So from the 2nd of November at 2:15, they get the instruction on the 1st of November, you'll recall, and from the 2nd of November, outgoing call to Mr. Adams, introduction, purpose of call and request for interview appointment set for 3 November 2024. So did you speak to him and agree to meet him on 3 November 2024?
Yes, I did, ma'am.
Okay. Then on 3 November, at the morning of, outgoing call to you, no answer. You didn't speak to him on the 3rd of November.
No, I can't answer to a missed call, but if he says he called me, then he called me.
Then it says an incoming call from you on 3 November. Conversation could not be conducted as Colonel Philip was in a noisy area. Then he says then outgoing call, a minute later he calls you, arrangements to meet later that day, no venue or time confirmed. Mr. Adams was engaged with other official business out of Cape Town. Do you recall saying that to him?
I recall mentioning that to him. Look, that's actually a very common response when people call. I'm not in Cape Town at the moment, but I'll get back to you. So it probably did happen.
And then importantly, on the 3rd of November, remember they're working towards a deadline of 4 November. That's why there's so much activity on the 3rd. WhatsApp messages between Mr. Adams and Colonel Phillip, arrangement made to meet at 8:30, either at Kales Rivier SAPS or Vida Cafe Kales Rivier. No confirmation as Mr. Adams was running late. Request from Mr. Adams for letter from Minister to SAPS. Image of email received, sent to Mr. Adams. So did you request him to send you the email from the minister's office where the minister's asking for your complaint to be investigated?
I think I did. I did know. I did.
Okay, and he says that he sent it to you.
I can tell you, I never, he might have sent the email. I never received it. I never, or let's just say I'm not aware of the email, but he might have sent the email. Advocate, to save some time and effort, I will not deny any of what's in front of me, if that helps you.
Yes, because he said he sent you an image, which means it would have been a photo. And remember, you said that you recall seeing the correspondence about Major General Sabola, that your matter was being attended to. And I asked you, would it have been because Mr. Nkabinde would have forwarded to you or told you about it? Is it possible that it was actually Colonel Phillip that had sent you a screenshot of it so that you could see that this is the instruction came from the minister for them to investigate the matter?
It may well be possible. I wouldn't
Okay.
discount it.
Okay. Then at 9:23 on the 3rd, arrangements to meet at Lengtegeer SAPS at 8:30. You see his desperation. It's in the evening because they have to report back on the 4th.
Yes, I do.
Okay. Then still on the 3rd, you call him, you cancel the appointment due to challenges at your residence, indicated that you will travel to Pretoria on Monday, 4 November to conduct the interview. See that?
Yes, ma'am, I
Do
do.
you recall that as well?
Look, I don't recall some of it, and some of it I do, but I won't dispute any of it, if that helps you.
Okay. So we can accept that all his attempts here to contact you, and if I take, for example, on the next page, 3857, on the 9th of November, outgoing call to Mr. Adams. Mr. Adams indicated that he has eventually addressed the challenges at his residence and will call Colonel Phillip by the end of the week to confirm when he, Mr. Adams, will be coming to GP.
I do remember that call.
Okay. So you have this urgency on the 1st of November. It gets addressed with urgency by the minister. And then when they try to engage you for that very investigation, because you're worried about interference, you don't seem to be interested in cooperating with them.
I had shared this yesterday, that I had indeed brushed off Colonel Phillips. I had brushed him off because I did not trust this thing. And I was going, I think I might have spoken to the IGI by this time. I think I might have. I must just check. But in my mind is I'm not leaving this thing with SAPS. And if you read my email to the minister, I'm asking him for an independent body to look at this thing. So I will not deny the fact that I gave Colonel Phillips the runaround. That I said yesterday. I'm sure it's in the recordings. So yes, I did not meet with him because I essentially did not wish to meet with him.
But then why give him the runaround? Why not just say to him at the outset, listen, I'm not going to cooperate. I want this to be investigated by an independent entity.
You can call Colonel Phillips, or you can bring him here. And I said to him in the beginning, I don't trust this. And he said, no, Mr. Adams, we're the good guys, we'll do this. But you know what? The advice that I had at the time, and I'm not going to say the man was wrong, he said, don't meet with this guy.
Is that General Lincoln again?
Yes, ma'am, but don't meet with this guy.
What independent entity did you have in mind?
It could have been anyone, Commissioner. It could have been the public protector. It could have been the IPID. It could have been the minister could have assigned someone. I didn't suggest anyone. I said an independent body.
Why would it have been the minister who goes to the public protector on your behalf? If you felt that you had a complaint to lay with the public protector, why did you not go to the public protector yourself?
That's actually a valid question, and I suppose if I didn't get any joy out of the minister, that would have been my next step.
Actually, it wasn't, because you then sent your email on the 10th of November to the minister saying you're not happy with the process, right?
Let me just check that.
We'll get to on page 57 of your bundle, your annexures, file 2.
File 2. Part 2. Yes, this is confusing. Okay, that. Page
Page 58.
58. Is it file 2? There. File 2. File 2. Thank you.
Do you have it, page 58?
Sorry, just to follow up on what I asked you. So if, as you approach the minister, what you have in mind is some independent entity, and you have specific ones in your mind, what did you expect the minister to do? Did you expect the minister to go to the public protector on your behalf or to go to IPID on your behalf? Because you say right from the onset, what you had in mind was something independent. So did you expect the minister to go to those independent entities on your behalf? And if that is so, why should the minister have done that on your behalf? What mandate does he have to do that on your behalf? Yes, please.
Thank you. The way you frame it now, it actually makes me consider my response, Commissioner. But I was pleading for help here from the highest authority in the country within the SAPS.
But you already knew, from what you say, you already knew that you did not want SAPS to do this, and that what you had in mind was an independent entity. So why must the minister do that for you? What mandate did the minister have to do this on your behalf?
He didn't have one, Commissioner.
He didn't have one.
I do concede your point.
So why did you go to the minister?
It was the most obvious door to knock on.
It's not so obvious. It's not so obvious.
It genuinely,
Based on the responses you give now, it was not obvious at all.
to me, it was the logical thing to do, complain with the minister.
But what did you want him to do? Because you say in so many words that what you had in mind was something independent. What did you expect the minister to do?
I actually did expect, the minister to approach like he did with the IDAC or the public protector or whichever commission there was. And I do concede what you're saying.
But if you already have those independent entities in your own mind, you ought to have gone to them yourself. Why must the minister be the one who intercedes on your behalf?
That point,
doesn't make sense.
that point is accepted, it's conceded, Commissioner. I won't argue.
Let me tell you what I think. I think you're not being truthful when you say you expected the minister to go outside of SAPS. I think you're not being truthful. You expected the minister to sort this out for you within SAPS. It's just that now you have difficulties answering the questions put to you by Commissioner Baloyi.
In my first,
That's why you now tell us about expecting some independent entity. Yes.
Commissioner, just to make it easy, because it's seeming disrespectful when I speak over you, when you're done, and if you can just put the light off, then I know I can speak. Sorry, man, because you pause, and I think you're done, and then I want to jump, and then you start. Commissioner, in my first email, I don't mention an independent entity. I'm actually half expecting the minister to use his powers, whatever they may be, to see to it that this stops. But then as in the course of those 10 days, I just get this illusion with all of SAPS, and I say, can we have an independent entity look at this? Now, I understand the way you're framing it right now. It makes me question my own action. But I didn't jump to the minister off the bat and say, get some, no, I did not do that. I asked the minister, we have a problem here. And then as it appeared to me, if I may, my light is on, as it appeared to me that the problem was bigger than I thought it was getting, I said, Minister, can we just have an independent person or officer institute? I must check the wording. But I didn't ask for, let's say, Saldanha SAPS to investigate or the IDAC. Or, I said, can we have an independent body? I think body is the term I use, but I can check the email. But I do consider and concede what you're saying, that I could have been, let me say, more measured in what I did. I will concede to that.
The distinct impression it creates to my mind is that at the time you approached the minister, you never had any idea about either the minister himself or just the possibility of an outside entity being approached. You did not have that in your mind. That's the distinct impression I have. But rather, the problem you are facing now is that you are not able to give an explanation as to your conduct. That's the difficulty you have. And that is why you now give us the answers that you've been given. I will leave it at that.
Thank you, Chair. So let's just go back to your bundle to page 58.
I am on 58, thank you.
So this is the email you sent to the minister on the 10th of November. And you say, dear
Maybe-
Minister, to Mr. Nkabinde, thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and it's on Sunday, the 10th of November at 19:22. Investigation into cases. Dear Sir, in the matter of the below cases, and you list that, these are the Valeria and Langlaagte cases, Orlando and Langlaagte. Please note that I, Fadiel Adams, request an independent investigator or body to investigate the cases I have laid. I make this request as your national commissioner has claimed all is above board in the case of the allegations made against Major General Khumalo. We are reliably told that this is false and have the statements to back it up. If indeed the commissioner's position is compromised in this regard, please view our concerns with concern. Regards, Honorable Fadiel Adams. Now, this comes on the...
Sorry. And please do not take this to assist you with regard to my engagement with you. What I was talking about was as at the time you write to the minister for the first time, the very first time, so that 9 days later, on the 10th, you now make a request for something independent to be done. It doesn't assist you in the engagement I had with you earlier, which related to the 1st of November. Now we are on the 10th of November. I just thought I should clarify that. You should not think that, oh, there I am. I'm now vindicated. That's just a comment. If you want to comment, you may.
You light this off. I need to comment. I've moved on from that, just
Thank you very
Commissioner.
Thank you.
I've moved on from that.
Thank you. Sorry for that, Mr. Gilson.
Commissioner, if I may, just ask Advocate, is there any file I can put away or move along because it's getting a bit clustered? I am now with the one that...
You can put 9A away.
I'm
You
with,
can put 9 away.
File 2, can I put 9 away?
9, yeah,
9A?
but not 9B. You can keep,
Thank you.
so
Just-
keep file
I'm
2
struggling.
and 9B with you.
So I can put 9 away and keep 9B. Thank you.
And the one labeled Lieutenant General Mkwana as the annex charge, so put that away as
You
well.
can put that away as well for now, Chair.
Thank you. That's 9B. Just leave it.
Now, your email to Mr. Nkabinde comes on the 10th of November, and you say that, in your email, you say, I make this request as your national commissioner has claimed all is above board in the case of the allegations made against Major General Khumalo. Where does that come from?
This is because I've raised some of these allegations in the police portfolio, and I'm told by the National Commissioner all is above board.
And when was this?
I can't tell you the date, but it would have been just before the 10th.
So at this stage, the minister's office hasn't yet reported back to you on their findings in the investigation initiated by your complaint. There hasn't been an outcome yet.
In the complaint that you refer to about
Your 1
General
November
Jacobs,
complaint.
I'm not understanding.
Remember, on the 1st of November, you asked the minister to intervene,
Yes, I did.
and then a process is initiated where the inspectorate is investigating, and the inspectorate must report back to the minister, but we can see from the timelines that by the 10th, there is no report back that we can see. It comes after the 10th of November.
I'm not copied in on those emails to the inspectorate. Yeah,
Yes.
just so So what would have happened is I would have raised some of these issues, and I don't think all of them in the portfolio. I was
Yes.
asking questions, and the National Commissioner gave us the assurance that all was above board. I think one of the questions we asked about was the security clearance of General Madondo, and this is why I'm writing this email.
Okay, but, so your email on the 10th of November has nothing to do with your complaint about your dockets being intercepted?
I'm not really referring to it, I am mentioning it, but it's not, Minister, if you understand what I'm saying. I'm more than anything else, I'm complaining about the National Commissioner telling us that amongst other things, General Madondo's position at crime intelligence, all is above board.
Well, you don't say that. You said the allegations made against Major General Kumalo. I think you mean Lieutenant General Kumalo. Major
even-
General Kumalo is Mbuso Kumalo.
Yes, I'm wrong there, sorry.
Okay.
And I think also one of the allegations, that one of the things that I question, I'm thinking, was about his first security clearance, which Brigadier Slongweni says is a fraudulent thing. I think I raised that in that, I know I raised it in portfolio, and I think it was that meeting. So I'm sorry, I did get this. This is supposed to be Lieutenant General as well. Sorry about that.
Okay, so there's two processes now that you want the minister to undertake. The one is about your dockets being intercepted. And then the second one is, I don't want my dockets to be investigated by SAPS. It must be investigated by an independent body.
Yes, ma'am.
So your criminal cases must go outside of SAPS. On what basis?
I'm at that stage believe that my documents are being taken.
You haven't given documents yet.
No, the dockets, the case dockets.
Okay, the dockets.
Sorry, not documents, sorry.
Okay. So you believe your dockets have been taken at that stage?
Yes,
But
ma'am.
you've complained to the minister and he's and he's busy with an investigation. He hasn't come back to you yet and told you the outcome of that investigation.
But at that stage, I'm not aware of an investigation.
No,
But you must be aware, because on the exchange with Ms. Ncube, you see there are calls between you and Colonel Phillips. So you are talking and you're making appointments which you don't honor. So between the 1st and the 10th of November, you do become aware that an investigation is happening. Or at least an attempt is being made to sit down with you about those dockets.
You're like, just to clarify, Colonel Phillips never told me that he was from the national office. He never told me that he was coming from the office of Lieutenant General Jacobs. And maybe it's not, maybe didn't need to. I'm under the impression that he's with Western Cape SAPS. I'm also under the impression that Western Cape SAPS are the people that came to come fetch my dockets. This is why I'm saying I'm not aware of the investigation from national.
Yeah, you may not have been aware that it's national that's doing the investigation, but you are aware an investigation is happening. You suspect that Colonel Phillips is from the Western Cape. That's not the point. The point is you do become aware after the 1st of November, or from the 1st of November, you do become aware that there is an investigation because you've referred to the matter for investigation. And yet on the 10th, in fact, in that intervening period, you are the reason that no meeting happens because you are unavailable. You say, I'm unavailable, I'll come back to you. So you're the one that's causing that there's a delay in a sit down with you. And yet on the 10th, you now want an independent body or investigator to investigate when you know there's an investigation.
Commissioner, thank you. Commissioner, I understand that I'm the one that muddied the water. I've got the paperwork in front of me. I understand and I accept that I'm the one that muddied the water. But when Colonel Phillips calls me, I'm under the impression this is part of a cover-up, and this is why I don't speak to him. This is why I brushed him off. I don't deny it. I do not. And my faith in the process was if I email the minister, or if I put enough pressure on, and I was going to take this to Parliament itself, then things will happen. But I promise you now, as I sit here, I had no idea that the office of, the national office of the directorate was investigating. I thought it was a Western Cape thing. I thought that the Western Cape office had taken, the provincial office had taken my dockets. I thought this was just going to be part of the cover-up.
No, that cannot be. It simply cannot be. You complained to the minister on the 1st of November. The very following day, you were called by Colonel Phillips.
Colonel Phillips.
Surely, in your mind, it must trigger the idea that I complained yesterday. There's immediate movement. Look at the first entry under the comments. Colonel Phillips says, written there, that he did an introduction and explained the purpose of the call. No, you are not being truthful,
No.
Mr. Adams. You are not. Bear in mind that the very previous day, you have complained to the minister. Why is it that you cannot think, oh, there's immediate movement? The minister is moving on this. No, you're not being truthful. No.
If I may respond, Chairperson. Colonel Phillips introduced himself to me as Lieutenant Colonel Phillips from, what's the department?
Inspectorate.
Which my understanding is service delivery related. Now, my issue was I didn't know that the minister had involved them, because I'm thinking to myself, and I've said it loud in Parliament, I've said it in the portfolio, I didn't lay a service delivery complaint. This is why I wasn't expecting this. And I thought this was just a way to butter me up, and I understand today that my perception was 100% wrong. But I didn't know that the minister had laid a service delivery complaint. I wasn't aware of that. And there was no communication from the minister's office to me to say that we have laid a complaint with the inspectorate. Perhaps you should take the call. Well, not perhaps you should take it, but they didn't inform me of this. So I was just giving this man the brush off, thinking that we'll get to the bottom of this.
No.
Now, I
But
understand.
he says he explained the purpose of the call. He would either be lying or would have told you a wrong purpose of the call. He says he explained the purpose of the call. Look at that entry. So what other purpose could he have stated other than the purpose which related exactly to what you had raised with the minister? What other purpose could he have raised? It's on that basis that I'm saying you are not being truthful, Mr. Adams.
Chairperson, I understand what you're saying. Please understand when I tell you I was fearful of a cover-up and I did not want to meet with this man. That's all. And
Did he or did he not explain the purpose of the call?
He called.
Did he or did he? Look at that entry. He says
Which page
he
is
did.
that? Please?
Look at your screen. in front of you.
3856.
I can't see the light.
3856.
Thank you. Same file?
It's a file.
9B.
Was it 9B?
9B.
Okay, wait. If can I move this thing forward? Thank you, because I can't see. There was an introduction.
And
He
then
did?
purpose of call and request for interview.
Yes, sir.
Did he or did he not explain the purpose of the call?
Chairperson, he called me, he introduced himself. He told me that he was going to investigate the dockets. I tell you this, I thought he was from Western Cape SAPS, and he requested the interview. And I thought to myself, well, I didn't even think to myself again. I consulted my friend, Whisper. He told me, I'd suggest you don't. I felt I shouldn't. I'm not even going to lay that on
No,
you.
please,
But-
can you please, we don't have all the time in the world. When I ask you a question, please answer the question directly. Did he or did he not explain the
He did.
purpose of the call?
He did.
He did?
He did.
What purpose did he tell you the call was about? What purpose?
He said he was calling
Very
to,
briefly, please don't stray off onto anything else.
he said he was calling to investigate the docket complaint that I made.
The docket, what?
The dockets that were removed. He was calling to investigate that.
So to you, he spoke about dockets that had been removed.
Yes,
Removed from where?
from Grand Central SAPS. That was the purpose of the call.
The dockets that had been removed. But that sounds very strange in the context of what was happening for him to have said that. I find it difficult to follow what you mean by that.
I can't quote him verbatim. Oh, your light is on, sorry.
Sorry?
Your light is on, sir. Now, I'm assuming you're still
We
talking.
always keep the lights on, please. We are not about to change that.
No,
okay, I'm done now. Please speak. I'm not going to switch off my
No,
mic.
Justice,
I'm done now. Please speak.
No, I'm not
Thank you.
asking that you switch
Yes.
off. I'm just saying that I keep interrupting
Okay.
you. So,
All right, please
so
go on.
I can't quote you verbatim what he said, but he told me that he was here to investigate the dockets that I had alleged had gone missing. That was the conversation. It wasn't a long conversation, but that was the conversation. I just felt that I shouldn't trust him.
And why did you not relate that to the minister? Because you now say, he said, the docker said you had complaint had been removed. Why did you not relate that to the very complaint, underlying complaint, which you yourself referred to? Why did you not relate that to the complaint that you had laid only the previous day with the minister?
I don't have a reason, Chairperson. I didn't. I should have. I didn't. I should have.
That takes us back to the point made by Commissioner Baloyi about you not taking up an offer of assistance. Yes, Mr. Segal.
And in fact, Mr. Adams, we dealt with it on the 3rd of November in that same schedule, the 5th block, at 17:11 to 19:21, WhatsApp messages between Mr. Adams and Colonel Phillip. The second paragraph, request from Mr. Adams for letter from Minister to SAPS, image of email received sent to Mr. Adams. So there was an engagement as to you were either questioning why he's investigating it, which would have been legitimate request, or he was telling you, I've been asked to investigate this, it's a request that comes from the minister, and you requested that letter that the minister had sent to SAPS, and according to him, he sent it to you, he sent an image of it, and you told us that you don't dispute anything in the schedule.
I did confirm that did one of the commissioners speak? I did confirm that I asked him for a letter.
And you did get it, an image.
When you say that this might have been, I need to check. He probably would have sent it. So yeah, so I'm going to concede that. I'm not going to dispute that. And I said earlier, just going through my memory bank, some of these things just pop up. Yes, it happened. Yes, it happened. Some of the things I don't think I'm familiar with. However, I'm not going to call this man a liar because of what I can't remember.
Because he isn't lying. He sent it to you. We could understand if you were concerned about why he's investigating, but now by the 3rd, that's resolved. He's even sent you the office of the minister's request to SAPS to investigate it. So let's not go back to that. Now the question is, on the 10th of November, you say to the minister, I want my dockets to be investigated by an independent body. I asked you, at that stage, you didn't yet know the outcome of the process that you initiated on the 1st of November. So now you're asking the minister for something else when you don't even know what's the outcome of the first investigation. Or did you already know what the outcome of the first investigation was?
I had no idea about that. It was not relayed to me.
Okay. So when you're asking the minister now for this investigation, you say it's because of the answers that were given by General Masemola at the Portfolio Committee?
Yes, ma'am.
About General Madondo?
I think it was General Madondo and General Kumalo.
So you want your dockets now to be investigated, not by SAPS. You're asking the Minister of Police to not to have your criminal cases investigated by SAPS. You want it investigated. He must have it investigated by someone else.
I'm asking for help, yes.
But on what basis do you ask him for such a request? You're a complainant. You've already used your proximity to the minister to get this investigation about your unfounded allegations of missing dockets. That is being investigated. And now you're saying, in fact, I don't even want my actual criminal cases investigated by SAP. Somebody else must investigate it. And you as the minister must facilitate that.
I wouldn't say I said that. But what I'm asking if this thing can be taken outside of the SAPS. And even as I sit here, knowing what I know now, my actions may not have been justified. I'm not here to deny that. I'm looking at everything that's before me. Understand the outcome of this investigation was not relayed to me. It was not relayed to me. So when I'm emailing the minister right here, I don't know about it. I don't know that General Jacobs' office is involved in this. I don't know these things.
Were you ever informed of the outcome of your complaint?
It was brought up in the police portfolio I wouldn't say much later, but a little bit later.
When, still in November?
Can I not commit on a date? I'm going to lie to you.
Okay. Was it before or after you went to IDAC?
It might well have been before. I can't tell you. I can't tell you.
I suspect that it was
It might well have
before.
been. Yes.
Because that's why you go to IDAC, because you're not happy with the outcome of an investigation that you asked the minister to initiate into your allegations, where the inspectorate now says that actually, according to their assessment of your cases, there's no merit to these cases, right? You're not happy with that. That's on the 20th of November. The report is on the 20th of November. You're not happy with that. So on the 21st of November, there's a Section 27 affidavit with IDAC, referral with IDAC.
So I've asked the minister for assistance. The minister has referred the matter to IDAC. That's how I end up there. It's not that I wasn't happy with the issue. If the minister was unhappy was happy with the outcome of the report, he only needed to say to me. He didn't. There was no communication between myself and the minister about that. So for me, I'm understanding what you're saying, and I'm looking at the confusion, and I'm saying to myself, this is a headache.
Like Mr. Adams to do is to tell us how he ends up communicating with IDAC, as opposed to it being put to him that he went on a certain date, because it's still not clear to me how he ends up communicating with IDAC.
Correct.
And I would like to hear from him.
Yes.
The minister's office, I think it was Mr. Nkabende again, sent us an email or copied us in on an email where they are referring this issue to the IDAC.
So you got to know from Mr. Nkabinde that the minister's office is referring the matter to IDAC?
I think it was Mr. Nkabinde that sent the email, yeah, but we are copied in on the email.
Yes.
And that is how my conversation with IDAC begins.
And can you fly that letter? We saw it in MK15. I think it's 10 MK16. Page 10. Dated 11 November 2024.
Oh,
Page 310 of the MK. Yeah.
It's 4004 of your bundle 9B.
9B.
Ms. Dube, can you run with it from here?
4004.
Yes. Do you have it?
I have it, thank you.
That's the referral request. Attached here to please find for ease of reference a copy of written correspondence addressed to the Minister by Member of Parliament, Honourable Fadiel Adams. The allegations contained therein implicate very serious senior members of SAPS and are viewed in a serious light, and case dockets were registered per the following. And then it gives your Langlaagte and Orlando dockets. And then it says, due to the nature of the allegations made by the Honourable Fadiel Adams, which is deemed to be quite sensitive and which contains allegations of criminal misconduct, this office requests the investigating director to consider investigating the same. Honourable Fadiel Adams was advised by this office to await your decision in this regard. And it's signed by Mr. Nkabinde, 11/11/2024. Is that the letter that you say you would have received?
This is the letter that I see.
Okay. So you say the minister is the one that, the minister's office.
The minister's office referred me to IDAC.
And then what was your involvement? When do you get involved?
I couldn't even tell if it was the same day or the next day. I Googled IDAC. I called their office and I said, the minister's referred a complaint, and the person I spoke to said to me, no, if the minister has referred, you can be assured that we'll call you back. But I don't have a reference. You've not given me a reference number or nothing, so I don't know how to act. But rest assured, sir, that if indeed the minister has referred this, we will get back to you. And they duly did.
Can I just check, looking at the dates, your letter of the 10th and Mr. Nkabinde's letter of the 11th, he must have acknowledged and told you that he's referring to IDEC and he's referred to IDEC and you must now wait for their decision. He must have told you that. He responded to you.
I don't recall him telling me he's referring to IDEC. I know this is, I know I received this. I can check.
No, I'm talking even before you received this letter, because in that page 4005, he says, Honorable Adams was advised by this office to await your decision in this regard. And so I'm saying that line means that after he received your complaint, he told you that we are referring to IDEC and you must wait for their response, otherwise that line...
I actually don't, sorry, Commissioner. I don't recall receiving such correspondence, Commissioner. I can't recall, unless he's advising me in this email by copying me in on it, but I don't recall an email from him saying we are referring the matter to the IDEC. I don't recall that.
You don't discount it. What do you mean when you say I don't recall? Are you saying he's incorrect to say that you were advised to await the decision of IDEC?
I would not say it's incorrect. I'm saying that he may have sent such an email, but I don't think so.
Okay.
I may be wrong.
I thought you said this letter was an attachment to an email sent to you.
No, I'm copied in on this email.
No, this is a letter. Where is the email that you say you are copied in on?
I can provide it to the Commission.
Yes.
I can.
But the point is this, that this letter that we are looking at was an attachment. You got it by way of an email.
Yes.
And there was an email where Mr. Nkabinde would have said something to you.
I'm trying to think, like I told Commissioner Baloyi now, I actually don't remember such correspondence. All of this was printed by my office, my back office, but I can call them lunchtime and ask them, guys, is there anything like that?
But it's safe to assume that if somebody is attaching a letter to an email, then the body of the email would refer to the contents of the letter.
That is correct.
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Adams, I really can't keep up with the various versions that you're giving. Then there's also the complication of the version that you gave to ad hoc regarding this. Can I take you to 4049 of 9B? It's the transcript. Do you have it?
I do.
4049, the last paragraph. This is you, Mr. Adams. General Lincoln said to me that if this is what they have done, they are going to cover this thing up. I asked him, General, what do we do? He said, you walk away. I said, why? He said, because people are going to die before this thing goes to court. I said, General, are you serious? He said, 100%. I said, I am not going to walk away, and I am certainly not scared of death. What do? He said, son, you open this docket. You open these dockets, these cases in another province. Let us see what happens. I flew to Johannesburg, and I opened the case, the same cases at Orlando and Langlaagte police stations. But when I was there, I waited. I made it clear I was not going to leave until I received my case numbers because I wanted this thing registered. Once that was done, the very next day, I emailed the minister, the suspended minister Mkhunu, and I said to the minister that my dockets have been irregularly collected here in Cape Town because I'm complaining to the minister. I did not know what course of action the minister would take, but I did demand from the minister that someone outside the SAPS investigate this case. General Lincoln gave me a telephone number for the IDAC, which I contacted. I cannot remember who I spoke to, but I was contacted by Brigadier Perumal, and not the very next day, or maybe the day after that, by the IGI of Intelligence, Mr. Imtiaz Fazil. He asked me about the case I had laid. Now, where does General Lincoln now come into this? Because you say, here you don't mention that the Office of the Minister referred the matter to IDAC and copied you in that email, which you've just told us now, and you said you Googled IDAC independently, but here General Lincoln is the one that gave you the number for IDAC, and it seems that you decided to go to IDAC without the Minister having referred anything, or you having knowledge of the Minister referring to IDAC.
I didn't know who IDAC was before I received that. I can tell you that, even as a member of parliament. IDAC does not report to my portfolio. They report to justice. I've never heard of them. So when
No,
I
you
received...
did hear of them. You heard it from General Lincoln according to what you told ad hoc.
No. What I'm saying is that before this referral, I wouldn't say I didn't know who they were. I'm saying I wasn't familiar with IDAC. I wasn't familiar with the mandate, the terms of reference, the powers, none of that. General Lincoln did give me the number. He
You didn't Google it.
No. What I'm saying is the number he gave me didn't work. It went straight there. Then I Googled it. And if I can, I'll even check during the lunch to see if the number that he gave me, there is a number for IDAC that doesn't work. There is one. I Googled the number that works. That is what happened there. And
Why even mention General Lincoln giving you the number? If the number that he gave you didn't work, what is the relevance of that?
Please remember that I'm typing all of this for the ad hoc committee from memory. There are
This
things
is you
that
being asked questions.
Yes, but what I'm saying is as I'm answering off the spot, and sometimes I don't get the small details right. This is what happens sometimes. I mean, I'm sure I did it yesterday, I'm sure I'm doing it today, I'll do it tomorrow as well. This
Okay.
is what happens sometimes.
Okay, so you get the number, an incorrect number from General Lincoln. So you the one that speaks to Mr. Perumal?
No, I don't speak to Mr. Perumal. I'm told that, can you give us a reference number? I said, I don't have one. They said, well, if the minister's referred you, someone's going to call you. And then I get contacted by Chief Investigator Perumal.
Yes, that's what I was saying. You spoke to...
Yes, I spoke to him like that.
Okay. So at which stage now, because in your ad hoc evidence, you don't mention the minister's referral. You just say, I did not know what of action the minister would take, but I did demand from the minister that someone outside of the SAPS investigate this case. From IDAC, and which I can't. So at which stage, so the minister, so now you know, your evidence, we're missing that part, that you knew when you contacted IDAC that the minister had also referred it to IDAC.
Yes, ma'am, with respect, the ad hoc committee is not as specific in its questioning. I was only asking the question that was being asked, answering the question that was being asked of me. I mean, at the level of intensity, you can't compare the two.
Okay, I accept that, but when you then, so now your call to IDAC, you do it because you were copied in on an email by the minister's office,
Yes,
referring it to IDAC.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but doesn't the email say that they must contact you? You initiate then?
Yes, ma'am. The email says they must contact me, but like I've just demonstrated maybe 10 times over the last day and a half, I'm always in a hurry with this type of thing. So I made the first approach. I didn't speak to anyone of relevance, and I was contacted I think it was the next day. I say in my affidavit the next day, I think it was the next day.
Okay, you then speak to Mr. Perumal. And what happens thereafter? What are the arrangements?
Mr. Perumal calls me and explains to me that as the IDAC, they work on Section 27 referral, and told me that if they don't have that, then they cannot work. They can't investigate. I then, I don't have a date, not even an idea. Mr. Perumal told me that he would be in Cape Town in the very near future and asked if we could meet. And he asked if we could meet. And because I was on my travels on that day, I think I was on my travels that day, and he was staying at the City Lodge Hotel, he asked me if we could meet for breakfast. I told him it was too early to eat for me, but we could meet. We sat down. I gave him the bare essentials of the case. He asked me where the documents were. I said it's in my office at Parliament. He asked me, why is it in your office in Parliament? And I explained to him, I will hand you these documents in your office or at the NPA's office, because I don't know who you are. That is what happened.
You can't recall the exact date when that happened?
I couldn't if I tried. I think Mr. Perumal might be able to give you an idea, because they were at the Lodge Hotel right by the airport. It should be very easy to confirm.
Who did you meet with?
I met with Chief Inspector Perumal, and Mr. Brian Padiachi was at the hotel. He introduced himself, but he wasn't part of the meeting.
Okay. So it's the three of you, and the arrangement then is you're going to give the documents to them?
The arrangement was that we would meet at a later date. I would meet with the advocate or an advocate. My A1s would be commissioned, and I would hand over the evidence when I was comfortable that they were, in fact, who they said they were.
And do you recall how long after that meeting did you then meet with them at the second meeting?
It wasn't too very long, 2.5, 3 weeks maybe, I think. I didn't write these things down, advocate. I mean, at the time it was just a meeting, you know what I mean?
Was it still in November?
I think it was.
Okay. And what happened at that meeting?
Oh, the second meeting. No, the second meeting was on the 6th of this, was it on the 6th of
Yes,
December?
that's also what I understood, that the second meeting is for the A1s.
Yeah.
The second meeting is in 2025.
No. I got my dates mixed up completely here.
Yes, you do.
I've got my, but the second meeting, the second time I see Mr. Perumal is on the same day when I meet Advocate Ransamy and Mr. Rapesu.
So that would have been not 3 weeks later, that would have been the new year, 2025.
Was it that late?
6 January 2025.
Was it that late? Oh, well, that's the date. That is the date.
Can we maybe just try to understand this? Perumal contacts you, Chief Perumal. You then have a discussion with him. Can you just give us clarity on your first written submission to IDEC? Your referral now, not the minister's letter. Your referral to IDEC, when does that happen?
That referral date will be on the referral. I can't even think when that, I haven't seen that referral since I gave it to them.
But it was in November 2024.
I think it was.
Yes.
I think that's the day I gave them the referral, when it was at the City Lodge. Yes, because he explained to me, we can't move if we don't have a referral. I said, I'll give it to you when I see you. There we go. Yes, that was inconvenient.
So your first meeting with them was when you gave them your referral affidavit?
Yes, sir. That was part of the meeting.
Yes.
And it wasn't them. The second time I saw Padiachi was here, because he introduced himself that day, and I think he had someone else he was seeing who was going to. I sat with Chief Perumal.
Just focus on the day of the referral affidavit. So who drafted it for you? Was it already prepared by you?
Yes, sir.
And you gave it to them?
Yes, sir.
And that would have been in November 2024?
On the date that it is signed.
Because the next meeting, when you meet with them, they had already told you that there will be a follow-up meeting for your A1 statement.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
And also in the envelope with my referral, and I think this may explain something along the way, I also included this email, this from the minister. That was on the screen now, to the investigating director. There was 3 pages in there. I gave them 3 pages. There was that document, and this document was in there.
Yes. And I think at some point when Advocate Ngube engages you, we will need you to identify the document that you say was your referral to IDEC, but
Yes.
you will be engaged by the evidence.
100%, Chief.
Can I just understand how many meetings you had? We know in January of 25, you have a meeting with Mr. Padiachi, Mr. Rapesu, and Perumal and Advocate Ramsamy. That's in January 25. In November, who do you meet with before you sign off your Section 27 referral? I think it's dated the 21st of November. Who do you meet with before you do that document?
Advocate Paloi, on my first meeting, I met with Brian Perumal.
Just him?
No, and Mr. Padiachi was also there, but he only introduced himself and left.
This is when?
That's the first meeting. That's on the day of the Section 27.
In November?
In November. My second meeting is I meet the whole team, the investigating team, the advocate, Mr. Rapesu, Mr. Padiachi, Not Mr. Pariachi, Mr. Perumal. Mr. Pariachi was not at that meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So how do you know that you need to prepare Section 27 affidavit?
When Chief Pariachi called me,
Perumal.
Perumal called me, he explained to me the process. He said to me that we, as IDAC, cannot move without a Section 27 referral. So when I met with him, I was a little bit confused because according to my understanding, even this letter was a Section 27 referral. I typed out my own one, and I included this in the envelope as well. And I said, here you are, there's your Section 27.
The Section 27 that you prepared, was it an affidavit or a letter?
It was an affidavit.
Okay. And where did you have it commissioned?
I had it commissioned. It would either have been at my office or at the house of the councillor that did it, because we are in each other's space all the time. I can't say for sure.
And was that councillor?
It is Councillor Felicia Solomons.
Okay. And do you recall what was contained in that, the allegations that were contained in that Section 27?
I mentioned various things in there, and I don't think I'd be able to tell you all of them off the cuff. It's 18 months ago. It's not the easiest thing in the world.
Do you recall if you mentioned the forklift?
I think I would have.
You would have,
I would have.
because it was one of the important cases that you had. Would you have mentioned the PKTT?
Yes, I did.
You definitely mentioned.
I mentioned the PKTT.
Okay. And what about the PKTT did you mention in there?
I think I speak of and this is information that I can't disclose the source. It wasn't Andre Lincoln. The person spoke to me and said to me, there's so many things going wrong in the PKTT with regard to promotions. So that is one of the things I said. I think I might have said other things also, if I'm remembering it correctly.
Did you also mention the use of CI monies to purchase or book hotels for the PKTT?
I think it's one of my complaints, Commissioner.
Yes.
If I put it in there, I'd need to have a look at it and just remind myself. It's a long time ago.
I just want to take you to the presentation that Chief Perumal did, where he seems to summarize what was in your Section 27 affidavit, and then you can tell us whether that rings a bell. Okay?
I'm just a little cautious here, Commissioners. I have laid a case against these people. There is an investigation underway. Maybe you must guide me as to where and when, because I don't want to jeopardize this case. So you must just assist me with this, please. I didn't come with a lawyer because I don't feel I need one. I'm turning to your expertise here.
It will be subject to what you have to say. There are persons who commissioned affidavits, because those are his. He can't say, I've laid a case. Won't those deal with the same issue instead of the IDEC presentation, subject to what you have to say?
Commissioners, advocate, rather,
Why don't you please continue with how you were doing it initially, asking specifically about his recollection of his own referral affidavit. For example, you said, did you say anything about the forklift there? He said, Mr. Adams said yes. Anything about the PKTT? Yes. Please go through it, and again, the focus being Mr. Adams' own referral affidavit, and then we can move on to something else.
Thank you, Chief.
So, just advocate, I was trying to get your attention earlier, but I didn't want to interrupt the commissioners. Can I request a 60-second toilet break, please? I just need to. This water's, it's not helping me.
Then, in that case, let's take the lunch adjournment. Let's resume at 2 p.m.
Thank you.
Let's adjourn.
Thank you.
what steps did you take?
Good afternoon, 121212. Good afternoon. It is 1300 hours 59. We are ready to resume. Please make sure that your devices are quiet. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, during the lunch adjournment, Mr. Adams and I had a discussion about the way forward on his testimony, given that he hasn't completed the recording, listening to the recording. And it is, I must say, in fairness to him, you would have to know how far to skip forward and all of that. And if you're listening to it for the first time, you would be wary to skip because you don't know if you're missing something. So he does need more time to listen to the recording and to consult with his attorney on certain aspects, especially the aspects that we need to cover now, dealing with the Section 27 referral and how that impacts on the criminal case against IDAC and IDAC officials that have been laid by him. We have agreed, subject to the Commissioner's approval, that we adjourn now and reconvene tomorrow. I foresee that we, on condition that just some brevity on his part, that we would be finished by tea time, which would include the recordings. We don't have that many clips to play and they aren't lengthy. He may have some, but I suspect it won't be lengthy either. He'll tell us what it is this evening or later this afternoon. We'll prepare the clippings and then we will be finished by tea tomorrow with his evidence, Chair.
And how does this impact on tomorrow's witness?
Chair, if they keep to the time allotted, which is by tea time, it would mean that that witness, then the scheduled witness starts at 11:30 tomorrow. And on the current planning, they should be done by 4 p.m. in the normal course. Thank you, Chair.
So what you are telling us is everything that's going to be covered with Mr. Adams is impacted by the issues you are telling us about. There's nothing beyond those issues,
Yes,
which can still be dealt with today.
That's correct, Chair. So the Section 27 and the affidavit supplementaries and A1s is dealt with in that recording where they talk about the supplementaries. So what we want to do is when we play our clip, we want to present those affidavits so you can see that what's being dictated is what we say are the affidavits. And then for Mr. Adams, of course, to take whatever he wants to include from the recording. So that's really all that's left in the Section 27 issues.
Mr. Adams, you confirm that that's the arrangement.
That is the best I could get out of those two, Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you. So
you
you want to say
yes,
something?
Chair, just
Yes.
before you adjourn, it's also just to say to Mr. Adams that we would request details of the criminal case that he's lodged against IDAC so that it can assist us in dealing with whatever objections he may raise tomorrow, should he raise an objection on the basis of that criminal case. But we will discuss that with him off record.
Yeah. You have no issues sharing that information?
I have absolutely none, and I will
Yes,
give it to you as I walk into the building tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's adjourn then and resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning. That came as a surprise.
Thank you, Chair.